See the lights on the town. Whoa, I'm getting ready. Tallawah TV is in the town. Whoa, I'm getting ready. Got a corner on the telephone. Yeah, this is the Ocean of the Messenger, and you're watching Tallawah TV with the host and best. Today, take it away.
My Tallawahs, how are you all? Good evening, good afternoon, or maybe it's a good morning to yourself. All depends on your location. Mr. Scott, this is why you get so much love on this platform. Good evening to yourself, sir. How are you doing? How's your weekend doing? I know the Reggae Girlz set the tone for our weekend, but I am intrigued. I want to know how you guys are doing. How's everyone feeling? How are you feeling about tomorrow? Tomorrow, we're taking on Grenada, and things are looking pretty heated in Group C. Group C belongs to Jamaica and Dominican Republic are kicking up a storm as well. They're definitely ones to keep an eye on. Let me bring up my banner so we can just give you a friendly reminder. Guys, you can read it for yourself, and if you don't want to, I'll do it for you. It is the Reggae Girlz. Shouldn't actually say watch along because tonight I'm not living in the future. So let me go ahead and change that for you. Should say the preview, match preview. So let me change that for you and bring that back up on screen. The Grenada versus Reggae Girlz Concacaf Women's Qualifiers match preview. Again, guys, let me know how you're doing. Seems like we've got some early birds here tonight, Mr. Ryan LFC. This man needs no introduction. I'm sure you're familiar with the face. But if you are not, then please do head over to Ryan LFC and kindly hit that like button on his recent video. More importantly, hit that subscribe button for me, Mr. Warren Webster. I know you're in good spirit. I'm not going to remind you why. I'm pretty sure you know the reason, though, Mr. Warren. How you doing, Warren? Have a feeling today you're feeling extra excited for some unknown reason. I am all right. I'm all right. I'm in good spirit. Thanks to the Reggae Girlz. I'm in good spirit for the time being. Blessings to yourself. How you doing? How's your weekend doing? I think it's time for me to bring out my guests, guys. But before I do that, want to say a massive thank you to the guys who joined me on my live stream some days ago. So that was Mr. Formula Sports, the Formula Sports Mannings as well from I Am Sure Sports, Simon P from the Reggae Boys commentary, and somebody who is a keen supporter for all things Reggae Boys and now Reggae Girlz, it seems, Mr. Richard Stevens, Dre Anyweather Sports. Check out Dre Anyweather Sports, guys, on YouTube. Head over to his channel and hit that subscribe button and give his latest video a friendly like. We also had Coach Devon Porter stop by over the last few days, so things have been quite positive on this side, very talkative. Probably more talkative than usual. And I had so much fun that I decided that why not? Let's go again for round 2 and preview our game against Grenada. And I need some support. So I went and got the person who I believe have the formula that could potentially play possibly assistant to Mr. Vin Blaine. Vin Blaine is the gaffer, the current interim head coach for the Jamaica women's national team. So let me bring him out. It is Mr. Formula. How you doing, sir?
Why are you setting me up, Crystal? Assistant?
Could play assistance. You never know. You're a knowledgeable guy, you know. So
putting out the cones on the pitch.
Every little helps. Every little helps. The Likkle make a muckle. You already know how it goes. How you doing? How's your weekend been so far?
Can't complain, you know. I definitely try not to complain. Everything is all right. And, you know, as I said, the girls would have kind of, you know, gotten us into a good mood coming into the weekend. And we're really and truly anticipating, me personally, I'm anxiously anticipating, you know, what the girls would do against Grenada. So I'm in an upbeat mood.
Yeah, that's sounding good. I can see someone here that's saying that 20 goals for Jamaica tomorrow. Wow, Mr. Scott. I mean, this outdone what Travis said the other night. I think Travis said 15-0 to Jamaica against our opening opponents against Bermuda on home soil. That match, just to remind you all, ended 4-0 to Jamaica. 20 goals. I don't know. I do think we need a heavy scoreline tomorrow. I can tell you that, but I'm not sure if 20 goals can be a thing. Wouldn't put it past them though. Ian, how are you, Ian? Good evening to yourself, sir. How's your weekend been? Let me know in the comment section. Let me know your predictions, guys, as we go through this preview for the Reggae Girlz match against Grenada, playing Grenada away from home tomorrow. A little bit unsure about the time for the kickoff time, though, guys. So if you guys can tell me your kickoff time, I will be able to draw up a summary as to when the game's kicking off in the UK. The UK says that it's kicking off 9 p.m., but I don't trust Google. I mean, Google pretty much set me up last time round. I was told by Google that the game against Bermuda would kick off at 11 p.m. UK time. That one ended up being kicked off at 12 a.m. in the UK. So I think I'm going to have
I
to
think it's right though. I
You
think
think this one's right?
9 p.m. your time. I think it because it's 4 p.m. my time in
Yeah.
Jamaica.
All right,
So
we're gonna
I
go
think
with
it might be
Google.
right.
I'm gonna trust my co-host. He's saying he thinks Google is right on this occasion, so I'm gonna lean on him and trust his words. So guys, you heard it there. If you're based in the UK and you want to watch Grenada versus Jamaica tomorrow, second match in our Concacaf women's qualifiers, that one should be kicking off at 9 p.m. UK. If you're in the UK, if you're outside of the UK and based in Jamaica, there is a 5 hour time difference. So do go ahead and do the maths if you're based elsewhere. Let me see what everyone's saying in the comments section of again. I had a feeling I know why you're happy, Warren. With your team beating Manchester City there. Good win. Congratulations. Congratulations. So, Formula, how you feeling? How you feeling about this game tomorrow?
I mean, for me, it's obviously I think we're gonna win. It's for me. It's just about certain things that I want to see. I mean, it would be devastating if we don't win. It would be shocking, So I think many of us expect a win, but it's just how impressive the win is, and also just how the team look, how the team plays together. Looking at the system to see if we're comfortable with just how everything is coming together on the pitch. So I think that's the most important thing. So I am cautiously optimistic that the girls will put in an even more improved performance from the Bermuda game, and that game would have kind of like gotten out the cobweb, so to speak. So I'm looking forward to a more improved performance from the girls.
Interesting choice of words there, in terms of cobwebs. Why are you feeling cautiously optimistic?
No, I'm feeling cautiously optimistic because while I do believe that, the girls did look good in the first game against Bermuda, there are still some things that need to be ironed out. I think that the end product was not the best, or not what we know the girls can do, especially against opposition like Bermuda. And, just watching the game in isolation, regardless of whether or not you have watched the girls previously, you can tell that, we were by far the better team. And in my humble opinion, we could have broken down Bermuda on many more occasions than we actually did if the final ball or the end product was, better. So that's why I say cautiously optimistic because, I want to see especially how the girls look in the final third come the game against Grenada.
Do you think that in terms of how the game panned out there, particularly in the first 45, that it's down to the game plan, the Reggae Girlz game plan, approaching the game and taking things easy? Because I think it's safe to say that we probably played that game in possibly the highest gear, that the highest gear being second gear, if that.
That's fair. That's fair. I think it got to a stage in the game where the girls kind of got a little bit frustrated and really kind of put down them foot, so to speak. Probably around like 65th, 78th minute in the second half, they were like 2-0 is just too modest a scoreline for this level of opposition. No, honestly, I'm being real. I mean, I think the subs helped as well in terms
Mm.
of you could just see the intensity kind of go to another level in that last 20 minutes. But I don't know what it is or what the reason, what's the reason as to why. But for whatever reason, I do believe that the end product could have been much, much better in the final third, especially for like the first 70, 65, 70 minutes.
I think there was plenty of action there in the first half, but it seemed like it was just us trying to figure out what formula works best for us as a unit. Because you had moments there where you could clearly see that the girls were a little bit nervy, and I think you heard Bunny come out in the press conference and said that at times she had to calm her team down. I think possibly that was in the halftime team talk. But like I said, there was plenty of actions there going on in the first 45. I think it's safe to say that much of our fluidity took place on the right hand side of the field. Before I continue, let me just big up Owen. Owen, my cousin says that you are a passionate YouTuber. So that's a kind compliment there for yourself, Owen. I hope you're okay. I hope your weekend's going all right. Let me go back to what I was saying. Yeah, formula. I think there was so many I guess you can say it looked more like, in hindsight, it's almost as if it's something that you would see on the training pitch in terms of what the girls were trying to string up. Because there were times there where you saw the interchange between Bunny and Brown. So when Bunny would come out over to the left, Brown would switch to the middle, and vice versa, right? So I think there was definitely a few testing moments there between the attackers, the front three, throughout the duration of the game, from, I would say, minute one all the way down to the 90 plus minutes.
No, no, I think you're spot on. I think you're spot on. One of the things that I was thinking, and when you raised the point about Bonnie trying to calm down the girls, a light bulb kind of went off in my head because I'm saying, to be fair, the girls kind of looked a little bit anxious in terms
Mm-hmm.
of, I don't want to say rushing things, because yes, you want to play the game at a certain pace and a certain intensity, but it just seems as if they weren't really settled for quite some time. So, probably, that's what would have occurred.
I think it was probably the matter of the occasion. It's a huge occasion. There's natural pressure on you because you are, in many people's eyes, the superior team in the Caribbean. So you have automatic pressure. You're kicking things off on home soil. Yes, you don't have a sold out stadium due to operating in the current COVID-19 pandemic, but you also still have drips of fans in the stands. So naturally the pressure is just amplified from there.
Yeah, and then, you know, there's much expected of the girls in terms of, they went to the last World Cup, and a
Mhm,
lot of people are looking at the team and saying, well, the girls have matured, you know, in terms of in their professional careers. They have matured. They're better players now, many of them, than,
mhm.
a couple of years ago when they first went to France to the World Cup. So yeah, I think that's probably the added pressure in terms of there's real expectations now of these young ladies to really and truly do something special. I mean, when you look at the team on paper and you're looking at the level at which some of these girls are playing, and I don't profess to be the most versed in women's football, but I know enough to know that some of these girls are playing at a very, very high level. So,
Mhm.
much is expected of them, you know?
Can I ask, I hope I'm not putting on too much pressure. Can I ask who was you most impressed by in that first 45?
In the first 45,
Mm-hmm.
Jody Brown definitely for the first 45. For the entire game though, I would say Bond-Flasza and Sade. But
Mm-hmm.
Sade, the one where with the name of we can't pronounce, everybody just calls her Sade.
Ademolokun.
Yeah. And she gave us permission to call her Sade in an interview as well. So
Yeah, she's
um
yeah, continue.
so I would say for the duration of the game, it was Sade, and I was really impressed by Bond-Flasza. Even though I think her final balls were inconsistent, I think she was the main culprit of the inconsistency with the final ball. But I was very impressed with how lively she was, though
Mm-hmm.
up and down that right flank, both on both sides of the ball, both offensively and defensively. But in terms of first half, and also obviously Bonnie came into her own as the game. She grew into the game, but for the first half, Jody Brown and Trudy Carter, but especially Brown. Asha had a quietly good game as well.
I think Bunny, I think people's analysis, not yours per se, because I was reading the comments from the watch along, my live watch along, and also when you look at stuff on social media, etc. I think the analysis of Bunny's performance is down to the fact that she is a forward, and people just naturally think because you're a forward, you should be scoring all the goals or most of the goals. But it's quite interesting that this is possibly not her, nowhere near her greatest performance for her country, and she still managed to rack up 2 goals. Um, and I also think that people have to bear in mind the pressure, the added pressure that comes with wearing the captain's armband, and you're in such a crucial game. It's your opening qualifier game in the women's Concacaf qualifiers. So naturally, you want to kick things off with 3 points, maximum points. But I think for Bunny as well, aside from her 2 goals, she was all over the pitch, which is unnoticeable because people expect her just to stay central. But she was everywhere. She was left. When she wasn't left, she was moving central. When she wasn't central, she was moving right. When she wasn't right, she was doing defensive duties as well. So I think people have like I'll say lightly, harshly, I should say harshly criticize Bunny's performance simply because they just expect her to score goals because she's the forward.
Um, yes, that's true. I mean, I don't know. I think the thing about Bonnie is that everybody acknowledges that Bonnie is indeed a world class player, right? I know enough about women's football to know that the French league is no damn joke,
Hmm.
right? I mean, some of the biggest clubs, women's clubs in the world play in France.
Mm-hmm.
And for her to do what she did in France, it's simple. It is not too complicated. ESPN named her in the top 30 best women's players in the entire world. So she is not even in her individual position in the world out of every single player in every position. So I think when you have a player like that against a team like Bermuda,
Mm-hmm.
everybody just expects Bonnie to stitch out 10 goal in that game, you know. But I think Bonnie really and truly got out of first gear when the penalty, when she didn't get the penalty call. It
Mm-hmm.
really riled her the hell up, man. And that's when like you literally see she put on her foot and she just said enough. And it trust me, if there was more time, if that penalty call came earlier in the match, Bonnie would have stitched. But if that penalty call came like as at the start of the second half, Bonnie would have stitched about 10 goal in the second half because she was just upset, man. Upset.
It's an interesting one as well because I think people are forgetting that Bermuda, I should say, they came with a defensive approach. Well, for me, anyway. So let's call it the first 18 minutes of that game. You can see the two lines that they were playing with, and I think that in its sense resulting in us finding it difficult to break them down. And I think the first moment of nerve that you could see from Bermuda, I think that came inside the 11th minute when you had Trudy Carter rattling the crossbar. Because what that tells me is that one, it says that Trudy Carter is booming with confidence, but she's realized that I can't play my way into the box of this side because you're being defensive. So I have to take my efforts from long range. And it wasn't just Trudy that tried that. You had Sade that followed up with a long range effort, which would basically force the keeper to make a low save.
I think Sashania cracked one in the first half, if memory serves me right. From off the left. if memory serves me right. But no, I agree partially and I disagree to some extent. Here's why.
Mm,
The only part of what you said I disagree with is that, in my humble opinion, I don't think it was difficult for us to break them down. I think, but for a better ball, would have
mm-hmm.
broken them down far and far many occasions more than we actually did. But for a better final ball. So I don't think it was a case that we were struggling to open them up. I think the connectivity was there right up until we got to that final line to break that final line. The connectivity just wasn't there.
I think it's an interesting one because I think me and you probably sit on just about slightly opposite side of the fence for once. For once, we usually like sitting on the same side of the fence, but I think that 1 second, let me just fix something here. 1 second here, formula. Yeah, I think we're sitting on the opposite side of the fence for one, just about, not too dramatically, but like I said to you before, I think we spoke about this on the review show that Bermuda clearly, based off what we saw, did their homework on the girls. Um, and I think it's safe to say that they had the better start because, like we said so many times before, we started off quite nervy, and that was concerning considering we are the superior team and we are playing on home soil. But I think one thing that played into the advantage of Bermuda was that we didn't know anything about them. We didn't know a great deal about Bermuda. So they could have at least capitalized on that. Thankfully, they didn't. But I think Bermuda most certainly did their homework on us. And you could see that in the first minutes of the game. And I think because of that, they made it difficult for us. And adding to the fact that you touched on earlier on that we were playing in first gear, you can only do so much, execute so much if you're playing in first gear. There comes a point where you have to take things up a notch, and I think that's why you saw long range efforts from the likes of Sade and Trudy Carter as well in the early stage of the first 45.
I think another reason, yes, I agree 100%. And I think another reason for that is that Bermuda's keeper was very shaky. Formula alone popped down. I'm tired of being depressed watching the boys and the girls have really lifted my spirits. Yeah. But I think I think I think Bermuda's keeper was very shaky, especially in
Mm,
the first half. And I think the girls realized it, and I think the instructions would have been just put them on target.
yeah,
Just
yeah,
in a matter from where, just put it on target, because you could see the Bermudan keeper. In my humble opinion, she was the worst player on the park, and she just looked shaky in every aspect of our game. She just looked shaky, you know.
yeah. Yeah, and I think, like I said, maybe you and I are reading the game slightly wrong. And I don't think there's much difference between our opinions, or a great deal of difference between our opinions. Because for me, I think the first 30 minutes of that game, we pretty much threw quite a lot at them. The issue was that we wanted more goals to go into the back of the net because we were trying low crosses, high crosses. We tried long range efforts. We tried switch off play. So like I said to you, Bunny coming out left, Brown going central, Bunny going right, and so on. And we also saw defense on multiple occasions trying to link with the attack. So I think that we threw quite a few question marks at them, and unfortunately, we didn't see as heavy of a scoreline as we would have liked to have seen.
But that's a very good point though, Crystal, because one of the many things I've noted in that
Mm.
particular game is the amount of interchanging that took place on the park.
It was
You know,
brilliant. It was
yeah,
brilliant.
we saw even in midfield, for instance, you could see, for instance, the fluidity in
Mm-hmm.
terms of
Mm-hmm.
positioning with Asha and McCoy. Right, there are a number of times when they were interchanging, right,
Yeah.
and that sort of fluidity is just brilliant. It's that sort of fluidity that will help to disorganize opposition lines and break them down. You
That's
know,
what I'm
even
saying, Formula. That's what I'm
mhm.
saying because instantly after that first 45, a lot of people were upset, understandably so, because people are like it's Bermuda, but what do you really and truly know about Bermuda? And if you actually watch the first 45, you could see that the girls, like I said, they were knocking on the door of Bermuda and they were asking plenty of questions, as I've quite rightly stated before: low crosses, high crosses, switch of play, long range efforts, short range efforts, the defense linking with the attack. There was loads of questions there that was being asked by Jamaica, but unfortunately we only saw that first 45 with 2 goals, but it could have been easily could have been more.
Yeah, again, me know you disagree, but me I go hold out on my point on this one because I think
Reiterate
that
your point again for me.
in terms of just the final ball letting us down on so many occasions. And you know what else? You know what a lot of people don't talk about as well to Crystal. Even
Mm,
when I saw the stats, because we were talking about the stats and how off the stats were, right? Because
yeah,
Concacaf need to do better. Those stats are clearly wrong. But
yeah.
I the amount of times Bermuda was catching us offside. In my humble opinion, I saw that on a number of occasions where, we got in behind, but it was either an offside or the final pass was just too much weight on the final ball or something like that, that was preventing us from really exploiting that space in behind the Bermudan defense. Because for most of the game, in my humble opinion, it's probably like the last 20 minutes, Bermuda were really sitting deep, like just sitting deep the whole game. For most of the time, they were occupying a mid block, in my humble opinion. Right? So there was a lot of space in behind and a lot of space. They were playing a narrow back four as well. So there was a lot of space in wide areas as well. Right? And so many times, you saw the intent behind the final ball to exploit that space, but the ball just never wasn't the final pass just was not good.
Are we going to? Okay, so I think the issue here that you're probably looking at is the weight of the passes, right? By the sounds of it,
Yes,
because
yeah,
there
yeah.
were a few like heavy touches. Are we going to relate that back to what we said in the review, in the sense of the girls only had 1.5 training sessions, and if that be the case, then really and truly you're going to have a few, 1 or 2 heavy touches until you warm up and get into the game.
That could be it too. That could be it too. That that's
Because
an
it is a
excellent
fact,
point.
it is a fact. It's not like we're just sitting here trying to make excuses for the girls. The fact is they had roughly 1.5 training sessions. So really, what can you do in 1.5 training sessions? The first sessions, based off what the gaffer told us, is it was a light session. So it's just to get the legs working together, right? Working well. And then the second training session, I'm assuming that would be a bit more tactical, a bit more practical, a bit more hands-on. So are we saying that the reason why there was a few loose balls, because I did pick up on that in the first 45, are we going to say that possibly that's linked to the lack of training session?
It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible. It really is. I mean, at this point in time, we're really and truly speculating as to what could be the issue. But when in with that being said, we are arriving at reasonable conclusions in terms of what could be the issue at hand. So it's entirely possible. Because I don't know,
I
did you see that a lot of the final passes were not connecting,
I
were
think in
over
the
it?
first in the leading up to, I'm gonna say leading up to Jody's opening goal. I did feel like this little bit disjointed. The passes were a little bit heavy at times, but my eyes was fixed on what Bunny was trying to achieve and what um Brown was trying to achieve, and what Sade was trying to achieve, and what Trudy was trying to achieve in attack. And you can see there was loads of integration there between the four
Yeah,
of
yeah,
them, especially with Sade, Bunny, and Brown. So I was like, okay, clearly you're testing stuff out here. Possibly you could have
yeah,
tested this out on the training ground, but you couldn't have
yeah.
done
That's
that
a
because
good point.
you didn't have enough time to
Yeah,
put practice in motion and so
that's a
on.
good point.
But you could clearly see that. And what I like about this team is, this is why I said to you that they are their sister's keeper. I remember me and you, I don't know if it was offline or online, when I was saying that these girls are their sister's keeper. Because if you look back at the game, whenever Bunny drifted left, you could see that again. Jodie's coming in centrally, so she's covering for her. She's each and every time one steps out of their normal position, the other would cover for her. Sade did it as well. So you can see that there's clear communication there, and they're brave. They're brave to say that, okay, this isn't working. Let me try and do something else. Let me try and see which position enables me to be more effective for the team. So I could say that, you know what, another positive is that this team is clearly proactive. And also, it kind of tells me that the gaffer is giving them license to roam free. And you can see personalities. Basically, you can see a player personality when the gaffer says, go out there and do your thing. And also, when the gaffer is telling you that, he's telling you that I put great trust in you. You can't go wrong when the manager is telling you that I put tremendous amount of trust in you. But maybe you might see things differently. But that's what I picked up on in the first
No,
45 interchange
I,
and the whole lot.
you're spot on, Crystal. No, you're spot on. I mean, and that's one of the things that I was gonna, because my thing is that I am seeing, clear intention behind certain things, even if they're not pulling it off. You see the intention behind certain things, and that's why it kind of baffles me a little bit. Look, I'm not saying Vin Blaine is the it. I'm not
Hmm.
saying that, but based on what we saw in yesterday's game, it was yesterday or the day before. I don't
I didn't even
understand
know my
how
days of the week no more, you know, because
it
of
was
this
the day
pandemic.
before, man.
I
I,
Thursday.
I don't understand how people were critical and weren't impressed of Vin Blaine, because I mean, when you see this, like, you could see a system, you could see certain patterns of play, you could see
Claire.
certain patterns of movement, certain consistent things trying to be implemented. You could see the interchanging, you could see the fluidity. These are certain indications, in my humble opinion, of a manager that has some idea of how to play, you know, how to progress the ball through the respective thirds, right? Yes, to be fair, it was against Bermuda, but my thing is that even against lesser opponents, juxtaposed with the Reggae Boys, even against lesser opponents, right? A lot of times you don't see these things with the Reggae Boys. You don't. It's just in recent times under the new gaffer, Paul Hall, you see interchanging between players, right? For instance, with even Asher and McCoy, right? You saw an interchanging not only with them switching from left to right in the midfield, but also in terms of who progresses forward and who sits.
Mm-hmm.
You could see the inter, and these are, and you could also see the 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 link up play and the clusters, so to speak, and the triangles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when the Reggae Boys play, you see these massive gaps, massive space between the players' positions and between the
Yeah.
lines, which does not facilitate connectivity. You saw the opposite, the total opposite with the girls. So Vin Blaine, so far to me, seems like him have, and again, we're watching him, we're continuously watching him. When I say Vin Blaine is the it, the jury is
Mm-hmm.
still out. But I
Only
see
match day one.
indications. Yeah, I see indications he's a pretty decent, he have some decent ideas to what, as to
Yeah.
how to do this thing.
Yeah, and just to backtrack on what you said in terms of that comparison between our male counterparts, so the men's side, the Reggae Boys. I think with the Reggae Girls, the clear difference here is they're not going to play into insanity. And because they haven't done that, I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm disappointed with that scoreline, because I saw you trying to string up numerous creative ideas in that first 45. Okay, this wasn't working. Let me go with another game plan. Let me try something different. They were trying. There can't be an argument there where the Reggae Girlz went into the first 45, the break, the halftime break, 2-0 up, because they simply weren't trying hard enough. They were trying. The only difference is people are looking at them, and because they're supposed to be this flary, flamboyant side, and they have Bunny in the team and they have Jody in the team, people are assuming that the scoreline should possibly be 8-0 before halftime. And it's just like, no, you're being ridiculous. You have to face the facts and analyze the game with the facts that's in front of you. The facts going into the game and the facts from the first 45.
Yeah, I agree. But with that being said, though, Vin Blaine still has a lot of proving to do, and the girls
100%.
still, even the girls, Vin Blaine said it in the and yeah, again, I'll go back to your point about Vin Blaine looks like he has an eye for detail, or he concerns himself with the biggest of things and the littlest of things, or the smallest of things. He was very, I think he tried in the post-match interviews that I saw to uncover all the bases of what was important and what needed to have been said. And one of the things that he pointed out, and he really made sure of emphasizing, is that against better opposition, we have to raise our game.
100%.
And the girls are capable of doing that.
I can see one of our favorite persons here. Simon, I was supposed to ask you earlier on to come onto my live stream, but I got a little bit nervous and I couldn't ask you. But if you are free, then I would love for you to join us, pending that you're still viewing our watch along. That's one thing I need to break out of. I have a habit of just not wanting to ask people to come on my live stream. So hopefully I can break out of that this season. Simon's got his predicted starting 11 for tomorrow. Okay, be interesting to hear that. Definitely be interested. Let me actually
Simon said 10-0 to Grenada. 5 for Tiffany, 2 for Bonnie and Jodith, a hat-trick. Interesting.
Simon's going for the kill tomorrow. I think we all need to go for the kill tomorrow. After the way Dominica Republic is behaving, we 100% need to go for the kill tomorrow, because they're looking like they want to take this group. They look like they want to walk out of this group as winners, and we can't afford for that to happen. So Simon's got his starting 11 here at the bottom. He's got Spencer, Keane, Swaby, the Swaby sisters, Samson, Campbell, Asha, Carter, Cameron, Bonnie, Jody. Yeah, I could see that being the case tomorrow. I don't think we're going to see Sade, because Sade picked up a knock yesterday, didn't she? And I also don't think that Bond-Flasza will start. She did pick up a knock as well, but she was unlike Sade, she was able to walk off the pitch, moving quite steadily compared to Sade. Good evening to yourself, Donovan. I hope you're okay. I hope your day's going well.
But with Sade though, was it too serious? It looked like it was just cramps.
It didn't look like it was cramps to me. It looked like it looked serious to me. I did ask the gaffer in the press conference.
Oh, you asked him? What did he say?
I asked him. He said that I think he said that she's with the medical team at the moment, so he couldn't give me an answer as to how serious the injury is. But she didn't look good walking off the pitch.
Initially, if I'm going off memory now, but initially I was saying to myself, somebody was saying on my watch along that this looked like cramps. And I said, boy, this kind of look a little bit more serious than cramps,
They look like cramps.
Yeah, but I think, if memory serves me right, I think she did a post-match interview. And if memory serves me right, she kind of gave don't quote me on this, but I'm going off memory. Probably need to look back at it. But I remember her saying like she was, it was okay. It wasn't anything too serious.
Yeah,
don't quote
that's
me on
good
that.
then.
I need to look at it. I need to look back at it.
Yeah, because when she was wobbling off, and you could clearly see that Bond-Flasza could she was easily walking off the pitch compared to Sade. Sade was walking with a wobble, so her knock looked a little bit more concerning than Bond-Flasza. But hopefully it's nothing long term and she's able to shake this one off. I'm still under the impression then that based off how she wobbled off the field of play that she's not expected to start tomorrow. I'll bring up Simon's starting 11 again, guys. I think this is near accurate. I'm not expecting to see Bond-Flasza tomorrow. I don't know how serious that knock was. Quite similar to Sade. So that's about it for the time being. I can see that some of you in the comment section are a huge fan of the former gaffer. Not really sure. If someone asks, is he coming back? Is there a return date for him? Not that I'm aware of. Not
You mean Busby?
yes, sir. Busby is always
Busby is not coming back anytime soon, so relax. I don't think so. I don't know, but who knows? But my thing is why. I mean, I don't know. Why everybody is just. I mean, it seems like Busby has a lot of fans.
Listen, I don't know if Busby has a lot of fans or if Busby's passing around a brown paper envelope or what, but you're absolutely right. He seems to have tons of fans and they're all shouting at the top of their lungs that they want to see him return. Not sure why though, guys. Being that he should be under investigation. Not really sure why you guys are shouting for him. And also, I don't get the criticism of Vin Blaine. I'm confused with the criticism of Vin Blaine. So anyone in carry on? No, carry on.
Now I'll just agree with you. One and two things him saying at some press conference when me I say, that never need for disclose, but I think he has carried himself well so far.
Yeah, he has carried himself well, and I like the confidence that he's trying to instill into the team. I don't know about you, Formula, but if we look at it from like the perspective of your regular 9 to 5, and your confidence or your morale seems to go on a rise when your boss or your line manager, whatever it may be, believes in you. Anybody at work that believes in you, you tend to up the tempo a bit, don't you? Because they make you feel good about yourself. So this full of confidence, this trusting in his players, I think it could only be rewarded with positive signs for Vin Blaine.
Yeah, I agree.
Here we're getting some update here, guys, from Simon. So Simon's giving you Busby fans some update. Your boy is in Jamaica.
There you go.
And he speaks with Vin. So there you go, guys. Hopefully that can brighten your evening a bit.
That's interesting. So wait, what Simon? What I would personally like to know, Mr. Preston, is it a case where Blaine is fully calling the shots, or is it a case where what we're like, if you understand what I mean, in terms of what we're seeing on the pitch, who is mainly responsible for it? Is it the philosophies of a Busby, or is it the philosophies of a Vin Blaine?
Interesting comment here. No to Busby's return. Women are very sensitive about that type of accusation made against him. Don't want any. There you go, Mr. Jackson. There you go.
Mr. Jackson hit the nail, man.
Nail on the head. And I think that's the way I definitely see it. It's funny that you've mentioned women there in your sentence. It's definitely how I see it. It's a sensitive topic. It's a topic that does trigger a lot of trauma for many people, victims all across the world, victims in Jamaica as well. Because when you look at said subject is rife in Jamaica when you broaden out and you look a little bit deeper into certain culture that Jamaica seems to uphold.
The reason why people are a bit cautious of Vin is because he was undecided and he's captain.
You see, Simon is here giving us so many good talking points. And I want to dissect them because this is a conversation.
Hold on. He did not know who his captain was on game day. Who?
I should
Yeah,
have
that,
I should have
that's
had this
new to me. I didn't even
conversation.
know that.
I should have had this conversation with Simon a long time ago because the guys in the comment section, and now I want you guys to speak because you guys have all been saying that your mate Hubert Busby is the better prepared one in comparison to Vin Blaine. But here we have a trusted journalist, one of the most recognizable journalists in the Caribbean, not just Jamaica, saying your gaffer, your guy. I don't know. I don't know.
But even before game day, though, a lot of people were not really sold on Blaine.
Vin Blaine, I don't know. Vin Blaine is probably like Marmite for some people. The way things is looking is a bit like Marmite. He's just Marmite. You either like him or you don't. And I get this part that Simon's saying. Let me go and read it. The reason why people are a bit cautious of Vin is because he was undecided on his captain on game day. He told the media he was undecided from. Yeah, I think I might have been in that press conference because I did ask him a few times. It's a fair one, Simon, but I think with Vin Blaine, it's a bit more sinister, Simon. I think it's more sinister because I've asked him about this, and I even did a follow-up video review of that press conference that I think that's the same one that Simon's referring to, where I was asking him who is going to be the captain because prior to Vin Blaine coming in, the captain's armband was passed around. The captain's armband was just continuously passed around. So at one point we're looking and saying to ourselves, who is the captain here? Right? For like literally every single game you got a new captain and so on. So there needed to be clarity in regards to who your captain is. And most certainly with your game approaching, you want to add clarity to your 12 man so that we're kept in the known. But this one is a little bit strange because again I'm thinking, was this done with intent, Simon? And formula again, is this Vin Blaine playing his cards close to his chest?
That's a strange one for me though, because Simon is saying that he didn't decide his captain until 2 hours before kickoff.
it's it's it's
I'm trying to figure out what reason that could be, in terms of doing something like that.
it's an interesting one because when he made the announcement, when he made the squad announcement, he said that at the moment the captain is Bunny. That's what he said when they made the 23 player squad announcement, that his captain would be Bunny. And then he proceeded to saying that it might be a case of he needs to, I think he was trying to allude to the fact that he might have to have another conversation with Bunny because Bunny needs to be confident and he needs to be confident that Bunny is confident and so on, which is understandable. You don't want to give a captain's armband to somebody just because they're the prolific player in the squad. But what if they're not comfortable with carrying that load? So I think it was understandable that he needs to make sure that whoever his captain is, that they're comfortable with sharing that extra burden that comes with being the skipper. So he did touch on Bunny being the captain in the for the Bermuda match. Definitely touched on her being the captain for the Bermuda match. And I think he might say that he might look at changing the captain for the second game, but he did say that as things stood at the time that he was leaning towards Bunny. Simon,
Mikey,
Simon Preston. I've touched this. I don't want to talk too much. I don't. Go ahead, formula.
now I was saying that I think that people have a negative bias against Jamaican coaches. I
Hmm.
think that Jamaicans generally don't believe that Jamaican coaches are up to an international standard and can compete with their international counterparts. For the most part, there is merit to that argument. There is. I can't deny that. But I think at this point in time, you know, Vin Blaine was selected by the JFF, and I think he deserves. I mean, unfortunately, in an ideal world, we would have loved to have seen him get a couple of games leading up to the qualifiers to decipher whether or not what to expect from him. But I think that he deserves. I think so far for me personally, him get the benefit of the doubt so far for me personally. I mean, for the most part, I think he has been okay. I think what I've seen, especially what I saw in the Bermuda game, gives me some level of hope or some level of, you know, it seems to me that he does understand the game to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Yes, against superior opposition, that knowledge would be more put to the test. But I was personally pleased. I think he got a very good mark passing grade from me with what he did in the Bermuda game.
There's certain comments that I'm not going to tap into because it does come with one being educated on the subject matter. So there's certain stuff that I won't touch on tonight because I think there's
You
a
want me
people.
to run it for you, Crystal?
You can touch on it, because you
We
know
know,
what I'm talking about. Said
we know that. All right.
you can, but the thing is, formula. I'm exhausted with explaining the whole situation around Hubert Busby, and people are saying,
Mhm.
but FIFA FIFA have a history of not taking said subjects serious and not thoroughly investigating said subject. So for anyone to say that but FIFA isn't investigating it, so what? So what? I can lay out in front of you a dozen times where FIFA failed to carry out several investigations across a range of serious topics.
All right. Tasha Scott says that nobody don't know if the man do that for true. Anybody can say you rape them and you don't know if it is true. Yes, that is a solid point, Tasha. Right? Nobody with common sense is arguing against that. But what we're saying is that multiple individuals have made allegations, have levied allegations against Mr. Busby. Right? It is just the decent and ethical thing to do is to, you know, nobody's advocating for him to be fired, right? The right thing in my estimation is that he is suspended until investigations have been concluded. As somebody said earlier in the chat, Tajay, the girls could very well feel uncomfortable with, because you don't know. Yes, for matter here, the girls, I don't want to speak for them, so let me not say that. But it's just, you have to err on the side of caution with these kind of things. You don't want somebody who is alleged of certain behavior to be around a 19-year-old Jody Brown, right? Young girl, young lady, you don't want to put her in harm's way. So it's best to just err on the side of caution. We're not saying Busby is guilty. We don't know if what he has been accused of is true or not. But for now, it is best to err on the side of caution, suspend him until the investigations are complete. And you don't know how the girls feel about being around somebody that has been accused of this sort of thing, because in the back of their minds, they could be saying, you know, it could be false, but it could be true. Nobody knows. So it's best for all parties involved to just err on the side of caution, suspend Mr. Busby until the investigations have concluded. That's how I see it personally. So we're not saying Busby is guilty. We're not saying he's innocent. We don't know.
The thing is, I don't understand why people in the comment section are failing to understand duty of care and why duty of care needs to be applied in this situation. Just like you said, you have young girls in the team. Doesn't matter if they're young girls or age or experienced women in the team. The federation, before you even look at the head coach or the manager, the federation has a duty of care to protect their assets. Their assets in this situation is the team. It's the team. So it doesn't really matter at this point of whether he is guilty or innocent. The fact of the matter is there needs to be an investigation. So be it through FIFA or be it through the federation, it has to be investigated. You can't just brush it under the carpet and say we go again. That can't be the case. The matter needs to be thoroughly investigated. So I don't know why anyone is saying FIFA is not investigated. He has the right to get his job back. No, you're wrong. You're wrong for that. You're absolutely wrong for that. It has to be investigated. Doesn't matter if FIFA allegedly parked it to the side. If that's the case, then JFF need to pick it up and do their job, do their duty of care, and get to the bottom, find the answers.
Yeah, at the very least, his employers need to, get to the need to get to the bottom of the matter, or get to the bottom of the issue. At the very least, his employers need to, you know, do some level of due diligence, and based on the evidence that is found, based on their findings, make a decision. But that's due process has to run its course.
100%.
And it has to be fair to him as well, but fair to all parties involved.
All parties involved. Yeah, I'm struggling with this. I'm not actually struggling. I think you guys are the ones in the comment section that are struggling as to why somebody who has a damning allegations over their head, why they should not be around the national setup. I don't really know why you guys don't understand that. And you're using FIFA as an example, as if FIFA are an example. FIFA have not set a good example. You can go and do your own research, be it in said said topics, or you can look across the board where discrimination is concerned. FIFA aren't exactly your prime example. FIFA aren't your prime example, so don't use FIFA as an example.
That's a solid point.
FIFA, you having a laugh. FIFA. I mean, look at it, formula. You know how that it just sounds like one big joke. You can't use FIFA as your prime example. Like, come on, do better than that. That shows the indecisiveness of Vin Blaine. I mean, Mr. Edition, thank you for your comment, but I can flip the script and say that same goes for Hubert Busby Jr. Because in those 2 games against Nigeria and USA, we had 2 separate captains. So it's no different to what apparently Vin Blaine wanted to do. We can only know whether Vin Blaine is going to continue changing captains game by game with the next game and the following game. But as things stands, it looks like he's only got 1 captain, and the captain is Bunny. But when you look back, when Busby was there, Busby had 2 different captains in that summer mini-series. I was scratching my head. I was like, who is your captain?
To be fair, Crystal, that is a little bit concerning to me. If Vin Blaine, and we're also inclined to believe Simon, because obviously Simon is a very credible journalist. But if Vin Blaine indeed chose his captain 2 hours before the game, I mean, I'm not the most versed on that sort of thing, but I've never really heard that taking place in terms of 2 hours before the start of a Concacaf of a World Cup qualifiers. The coach picks his captain 2 hours before the start of the qualifiers. That's a little bit surprising to me.
Owen, your comments is confusing me. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Vin, or we're talking about Hubert? Please add some clarity to that for me. Maybe we could chime in, but at the moment, I'm not sure who you're talking about.
I think he's talking about Vin.
Even before this dude coached their first game, he was talking about 2 local players weren't used correctly.
I think he's referring to the statements
Trudy?
on Trudy and somebody else. I don't remember.
But what is wrong with him saying that Trudy wasn't being utilized correctly? Because by the sounds of things, by the looks of things, he's probably onto something.
I think what he's trying to, and Owen, you can clarify it in the comment section.
Yeah, Owen, you have to give me some clarity on that, because I don't want to just speculate on what you mean.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Owen, but I think what he's trying to say is that the local coaches would be leaning towards the locally, born and developed players. I think that's what he's trying to say. Would favor them, so to speak, to a certain extent.
Repeat that again for me, formula.
I don't hear Crystal.
Repeat that again for me.
No,
Repeat what
in
you just
terms of,
said for me.
I think what Owen is trying to say is that, the local born coaches would be leaning more towards the local born and developed girls. So
Okay.
instead,
Okay.
in like they would favor them a little bit more. Seems a pretty much.
Okay.
Owen said
Okay.
pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. 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 Interesting one. I think with this one, the reason why maybe Reggae Girls fans are in favor of saying we want to see more local born players in the squad, even if they're now playing their trade overseas, is because I think we had that perfect balance at the last World Cup qualifiers. I definitely think that we had that perfect balance. So because it works so well, it's like you don't want to go against that. And again, you want to have accurate representation. And I agree with some of the guys in the comment section. It should be the best player who gets called up. It should be the best player that form or build the starting 11. But at the end of the day, you still need to have local players in the squad. And I think that's something that you have definitely seen Vin Blaine echo time and time again. Literally, just about every press conference I've been in with him, he's echoed like his plan, his long-term plan is to always find a way to include locally developed players or Jamaican born players. And I think that's a good look because representation is key.
But Crystal, I think that we'll always produce locally developed players that are good enough to make the squad. Of either the boys or the girls. I think we'll always locally developed players will always, be in the mix because yes, we're not going to produce top quality players, at the level of consistency that we would like because of the flawed development structure of our football. But given the talent that we have in the country, you will always have a Bunny Shaw, you will always have a Sashania Campbell, a Trudy Carter, Jody Brown, you
Mm.
would always have a Boza, you'll always have those type of players that are gonna, slip through the cracks.
I love the topic of conversation. It's almost as if we're all like reading from the same book here. So I like everything that the guys have said in the comment section in regards to locally developed players or Jamaican born players. Just like I said, I love the fact that we got that balance right at the last World Cup. And I don't know, I've said this before on different live streams that this is that for me that is the clear difference between the current gaffer, be it Vin Blaine and Hubert Busby Jr. I think with Vin Blaine, he's more wanting to include Jamaican born players or locally developed players. And I think that's something that he's being genuine about. It's not just saying it. It's not just saying my plan is to bring local players on board. Obviously, if you say that, then you're going to get people in Jamaica on your side. But I think it's something that he genuinely means. Like his long term plan is to always find a way to integrate locally developed players.
You know, people always say that, they would never an issue with a all UK or all overseas born team, right? You know,
Hmm.
I personally would have an issue with an all overseas born team, but I also would have a serious issue with an all local born team,
The,
right?
the the balance has to be there. The
The
balance has
balance
to be
has to be
there.
there. So people always draw for that, oh, would never issue with an all overseas born team, or oh, I don't want, like, if I say that I have an issue with an all overseas born team, that doesn't mean that I am for an all local born team, because I'm not for, if you ask me, am I for a all local developed born and developed team? I'm utterly against that, utterly, for many reasons. We should move away. It's sad. It's a dynamic that unfortunately we're gonna have to be grappling with going forward. I personally don't really like to deal with it, to be honest with you. But at the same time, you can't ignore the fact that it is a very present characteristic, so to speak, of our football. So as
Hmm.
much as I don't like dealing with it, it is still gonna be. in our faces, but the balance, for me personally, the balance has to be there.
Yeah,
Because
we have to get the balance.
if you tilt too much I don't want to say tilt too much to one side, but if you alienate and it's sad that I'm saying this, if you alienate any particular demography, because you can have demographies within a demography. So yes, we're all, Jamaicans, true. But you have Jamaicans who are born a country, you have Jamaicans who are born a town, you have Jamaicans who are born in the inner city. You have, me live a country right now, me know only hear the Peony Wall them in the background. See? So yeah, you can have different demographies within a demography, right? But are different groups, so to speak. So you don't want to run the risk of alienating any of the two groups, so to speak. You don't want to run that risk.
Yeah, yeah. You touched on something that was key there, though, Formula, in terms of the parish. And I think this is why I say that you always have to find a way to integrate locally developed players or Jamaican born players, because you touched on the parish. And with each parish, you have accents that varies. So I think that it goes back to what we were saying the other night in terms of representation and what the kids in Jamaica will see when they turn on the TV and the accents that they'll hear, and whether that will inspire them to say, just like a Bunny, just like a Kanya, just like a Allison or the Swaby sisters, I want to be a footballer. You have to give them something to latch on to, something to believe in. That's why I said the balance is absolutely necessary. Nobody's saying don't get the balance right or just go with overseas player or go with Jamaican born players only. Like definitely myself and Formula aren't saying that. If there's any confusion in the comment section, but yeah, I think I speak for the both of us, myself and Formula, when I say that you most certainly have to get the balance right.
Yeah, yeah. Here we go again. Local versus foreign born
It's
Jamaicans, Lord Brian. All right, Crystal, make it talk about something else. Because if Brian arrive at that conclusion, me no know what else. Me no know.
I think maybe he just probably just tuned into the live, cause I don't
Yeah,
know if
him
he's on,
probably never hear the full context of
if
the
he's
discussion.
probably under the I don't know what
Yeah,
you're under the impression of Brian,
because
but
there's no way you can think Crystal or myself is xenophobic. I don't. If he listened the entire context of the discussion, I don't understand how he could arrive at that conclusion.
what are they saying? So we done with the best players should be in the team.
The
What?
best player should play.
We've always said
So
that.
we
We've
don't no,
echoed.
but CC, no,
I'm
CC. We said
confused what the
earlier,
comment here. What's he saying?
CC, CC. We said earlier, that locally developed players will always slip through the cracks and will always be good enough to make the team. We said that earlier, so it's the best players will always include some amount of locally born players, right? I mean, Boza slipped through the crack, Andre Blake, Damian Lowe, Kemar Taximan Lawrence, right? Speedy Williams, those are players that right now for the boys on merit make the team, right? Many of us were calling for Tyreek McGee as well. He would have given some of our best center attacking midfield performances that we have seen both in the qualifiers and also in the Gold Cup in recent times. So there will always be players locally born, and Leon
No, he
slipped
did
through the
not.
cracks.
He did not say that he has a problem with all overseas born. You've chimed
No,
into the
all right.
conversation.
No, all right. What I said, CC, was I don't think it is right to have every single player in the team, all of them being born overseas. I don't think that's right, because you run the risk of disenfranchising, you know, a large segment of our demography. But in the same breath, I am definitely not on board with an all local team either.
You
An
know
all
what it is?
a team with all local, a team with all of the players and it being Jamaican born. I'm totally against that as well.
It looks as if and again with this comment, there are ways to go about executing whatever plan you have in store in terms of wanting to use Jamaican born players, so you can go down the route of sending them off to college and university over in the States, just like what happened with the likes of Bunny, just like what happens with the likes of Jody as well. You can use that same formula. Nobody is saying that because there is no women's football league up and running in Jamaica no more, than therefore Jamaican born players at present shouldn't be included in the team, because that just sounds like excuses. There's other avenues there that can be exploited to see to it that you always have Jamaican born players in the team. I don't understand why that is such a heavy
It's a
topic
no,
of
it's a real
discussion.
it yeah, it and that's why I don't like to talk about it, to be honest with you, because it's just it's in my humble opinion, it's very the opinions are not there's no meeting in the middle, so to speak. A lot of the
Hmm.
times the opinions are very either far in one direction or far in the direction of another. Like there's no it's not done in moderation. This conversation, in my opinion, a lot of the times isn't done in moderation. It's always done with, you know, one extreme one way or extreme the other way.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it, Formula. I think I might have to make a rule not to tap into certain conversations with you guys because
CC, drop the link in the chat, CC. CC need for CC a full time you jump on the stream, CC. Yeah,
do
yeah,
you
yeah,
know him?
you're doing a
Is it a
lot of
man? Is it a
sure.
woman? What do they
Oh,
look
you
like?
know
Because
no CC.
I
Yeah
don't
man,
know
CC,
CC.
CC
Who's
a good youth
CC?
man. Yeah man, CC a
Okay.
good youth man. Him jump on
Yeah, I
pan
wouldn't
all the
mind if
youth.
you. I don't have a clue what he looks like. But
Yes
yes,
man, CC. Time for your jump on, CC. Time
I
for your
don't
jump
mind.
on.
I don't mind the conversation. It's just a for me it's just comical, because I'm like, we're not saying at the moment, we can't say bring locally based players into the team because there is no league, but we're saying Jamaican born players, so the players that are basically already in the pipeline. That's what we're talking about. So we're talking about the likes of Plumber, we're talking about the likes of Bunny, we're talking about the likes of who else are we talking about? Bunny, Jody, Plummer, Trudy. Those are the players that we're talking about. Players who are already in the pipeline. We're saying that you can't brush them to the side. You have to find a way to integrate these players. That's what we're saying. Looks like I'm
So,
fat.
well, one second, though, one sec. Before CC jump in, CC, big up my boss. Before you jump in, though, Norton Murray said, so why we don't suspend Ricketts until FIFA make their ruling?
Who said that?
Norton,
Where is
that's
that
kind
from?
of that's a different matter, kind of Norton. I understand your point, though. I understand your point.
Mr. Morris, we don't have all night to tap into Mr. Ricketts. I see your point. It's a bit of a cheeky comment from me, but I do see your point. So, Mr. CC Sports, I finally get to put a face to the
But
name. How are you?
I can't believe Crystal don't know. You see, Crystal not watching the streams, because I'm on every stream on YouTube.
I
So
have
I'm not
never
sure.
seen your name pop up.
Maybe I'm a ghost. I don't know. But but Crystal, no. To be honest, still, I might admit that I probably was trolling, because the thing about it, Formula, I've used the same sentiment, right? Where there was a, because these conversations are like trap conversations, where persons try to trap you into saying something and labeling you as a xenophobe or a xenophobic person. So you can't really let yourself get caught up in in the conversation. Just look at it like this, right? You, in the terms of saying that, I told them that I have an issue with if there's an all overseas 23, I would have an issue, but I would not have an issue. Yeah, I would not have an issue with um I would not have an issue with the players,
I would have an issue with our local development in terms of who is responsible for the local development of players. So
Can I? Oh,
yeah. Now I was saying I would have a problem with the people that are responsible for the local development. The JFF,
mm-hmm.
the Senton FA, the Clarendon FA, all of these local persons who are involved in our development of youth football and our locally based football players, for them not achieving their full potential. And I also mentioned that Ricardo Bibi Gardner has been locally developed, and we haven't really expounded on that because, for example, Formula 1998, Bolton bought Ricardo Bibi Gardner for £1 million, right? £1 million. Right now, we have current Jamaican footballer that is not valued at £1 million. So imagine a player being bought in 1998 for £1 million, and we have players right now that don't value £1 million. And I'm saying that they bought him while his talents might have been refined in Bolton. He was developed locally in Jamaica and bought to play for Bolton's first team, which he played 20 something games. So this is why I'm saying that sometimes when you say certain things, sometimes persons might misconstrue it. But it is who you're having the issue with. I don't have a problem if 23 overseas players, born players are on the team. I have an issue with the local federation who is in charge at JFF, who is running the local development in terms of football, because they have failed us in actually the local players getting an opportunity to actually develop and achieve their potential. Because I don't care what anyone want to say, Jamaican players have talent. And if you look at it like this, if you're born in England and have Jamaican heritage, it's the same Jamaican genetics that is you're made up of. So that there's no difference between it's just location. So that simply means the same talented player that is in England is the same talented player that was born on the island. So the only difference is one had the opportunity for proper development, whilst the other did not get a proper development. So the ones that get through the cracks has to be astronomical in talent to outweigh the lack thereof in terms of the development phase. So they could now slip through the cracks. For example, Lionel Messi at Argentina, separate issue. He was like 13 years old when Spain saw the Barcelona person saw him and saw that he was exceptional, right? There might have been many other players that are not as exceptional, and their programs weren't up to scratch at that point in time to get them up to a level. So the exceptional players will always come out, like a Leon Bailey and those players. But what you want is not just the exceptional players to come through, but also the good players. Because I don't think you have 100 world-class players, Formula, but you have thousands of good players, and you have hundreds of great players. What Jamaica has is a lot of good players and a very minute number of exceptional talent. But only the exceptional talent escapes the net. But the good talent seems to be wasted because of the lack thereof in terms of the development. So that is just what I'm trying to clarify. And Tallawah cannot say that she didn't see my face now, and I'm not just ghost in the comment section.
I think just to chime in on what you've said in terms of you saying that you don't necessarily have an issue with the squad being the 23 player squad being all overseas players. You're more looking at the system, you're more looking at the leagues that's not enabled Jamaican born players to be in the team. I think adding to that, one thing that you have to bear in mind when you're scouting players is the authenticity of the player. So how authentic are they? You can't just call up a player just because the quality is there. You also have to question their heart and their desire. What do they know about Jamaica? Do they know the national anthem? Do they know the national dish? These are a couple of the things that you have to question when you're looking at overseas players. That is the reason why I say the balance is absolutely important. I would never question the authenticity of a player like Tiffany Cameron or Nicole McClure. because I know that despite being born outside of Jamaica, they are Jamaican to the core because of that authenticity that comes with their character. So whilst I agree that, many might not have an issue with the entire squad being based from the diaspora, I completely hear that, but you have to check the authenticity of the character outside of their talent as well, and then you make that final call.
I think that many people don't really care about whether or not, all right, like for instance, you can't, I think a lot of people throw blankets over players, right? In terms of, oh, the UK born players are committed, or the UK born players are not committed, right? I think people throw a blanket and make like general statements, right? And I'm not for that, because when it comes to matters pertaining that, you have to look at it from a subjective perspective and not an objective perspective. Because you have to look at it on a case by case basis, right? Because you will have UK born Jamaicans who are really and truly very close to the country and very close to the culture, right? And then I remember even a Marlon King giving an interview, right, and saying that there were players that came from England who the reason why you only saw them play for the country one time is because they came out here and they just didn't like it. They didn't like what they experienced, and so they went home back, right? But I would, with that being said, I would never question whether Anthony Grant is Anthony Grant is clearly Jamaican to the core,
You can see the
regardless of where he's
authenticity with
born.
an Anthony Grant, though, can't
Exactly,
you? You can see it,
exactly.
and I think that
Andre
matters.
Gray,
Yeah,
Andre Gray.
you don't want to be in a changing room, or be it you're off on you're in camp, and a player who is, for example, saying overseas players saying they don't want to eat the food that you're eating, because that's not how they were raised, that they're not used to that type of food. That in itself is going to cause a problem. It might be a small problem, but a small problem can turn into a major problem. Because what that means is you're going to self-inflict yourself. You're going to be shunned to the side, because the players who are authentic are going to look at you and think, what, you think you're better than my culture, you think you're better than my food. It's little
It can
small, it's
cause problems. Yeah.
attention to detail. That's all it is. That's why we're saying that, yes, absolutely, the best players should always be called upon, but you have to kind of like screen check who these best players are. Do they fit your
Yeah.
DNA? Do they fit your model, and so on?
Yeah, you have to put, I wouldn't say that, but like, I understand your point, but it's best to put things into context in terms of, I understand your point though, from the perspective of adaptability and culture shock, right? Because a number of because Crystal lives in the UK now, so she knows you have a number of these individuals who are second, third generation Jamaicans who are very close to the culture and to the
Exactly.
but you
Exactly.
have, in the same sense, you have those that aren't. And so from the standpoint of adaptability, from the standpoint, some of them might come out here and it might be a culture shock to them, right? So it's like you have to bear all, not saying that you must refuse anybody, right? But you must bear all things into consideration. And just one final point, I think that a lot of people don't care whether or not Demari Gray did an interview while he was applying for his Jamaican documents, saying that he wanted to play for England while he was going through the process of, getting his documents. Now, don't get me wrong. I want Demari Gray to come and play for Jamaica because the
Yeah.
player is just on another level, right? And, if he could come out here and, the sort of performances that he does for England shows, not England, for Everton, he really puts in a shift game in, game out for Everton. If he comes to Jamaica and does that, then I have no doubt that he's fully on board 100%.
All right, look at
But
look at it.
a lot, 1 second, CC, a lot of people is that they want to ignore the fact that while he was applying for Jamaican documents to quote unquote come and represent Jamaica, he's doing this interview saying that the goal is to play for England, which I find to be incredibly disrespectful.
The thing is that the thing with that formula, before we go to the Reggae Girlz, because obviously that's what we're gonna be talking about. That's the main focus of the conversation. I think with the Mari grade, that was done whilst he was a Bayer Leverkusen player.
No man, that interview was done.
Unless it's a separate interview, because I've seen the interview.
Man. Yeah, man. The interview I'm referring to was done when he was at Everton, while him unfollow England, follow JFF, and was applying for documents, Jamaica.
Yeah, and then you will have some people who would say that, well, actually, if you're saying out in the open that you want to play for England, then I would prefer for you to play for England. This is why I said that you do have to consider the authenticity of each player. Doesn't matter where they're born, doesn't matter what parish they're from. You have to figure out, do they fit your formula? Do they fit your DNA? Because like I said, when you look at the women's team and you look at a Tiffany Cameron, or you look at a Nicole McClure or a Marlo Sweatman or Mariah Gray, I'm not going to question their authenticity because they are Jamaican to the core. So that's what that being said, I'm not going to be like, I don't want you to play for Jamaica because you're not born in Jamaica. That would be ridiculous, because they are Jamaican through and through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, my issue is this, right? Listen, the thing about a lot of these things, big up El Pagina, the thing about a lot of these things, Crystal, and we soon get back to the whole female football, because I don't want to divert the conversation. But the thing about this is this: you can be born in a country as well and still be ostracized because you weren't raised in the country.
True.
And I've seen
that's why I said it has to be every single player. Doesn't matter if you're born in the diaspora. Doesn't matter if you're born in whichever parish. It has to be the same.
Look at Boza. Look at Boza. What Boza did, really and truly shaped me, because me I say, yo, how you do something like that, right? I mean, look, I don't really like to comment on these circumstances because you never know. Because even with the roof thing, I am hearing, that allegedly, from credible individuals, that allegedly it apparently his club did not, wasn't too happy about read between the lines, right? So I don't really like to comment on these issues because I don't know the full facts. But on the face of it, what Boza did was just, for me personally, very hurtful. Right, and he is a local born player. And me now legitimately I don't like to question players' commitments because I can't speak to the subjective intentions of somebody. I can't read their mind. But Jano, it looked to me like you choose club over country.
I think with Boza, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt because I don't know the reason why he wasn't part of the last window.
No man, he said it, Crystal. He did an interview. He said
what did he say?
Basically, the club was chosen over Jamaica.
But what was the reason for doing so?
Basically settling
with his club, and that sort of thing.
Okay, there's probably more to the story than just settling it. I'm not sure what the contract looks like, so I'm just gonna leave it at that, and I'm gonna swing back over to the Reggae Girlz.
We kind of
because we did go off track there.
Went off, and one comment just mashed up the whole damn show.
I don't know if you see this, Crystal. I don't know if you see this formula, but I think there's the one thing, the major thing I think the coach needs to work on with the players is their off the ball movement. They are playing too close to each other. When someone gets the ball, you ever hear about ball shock? When one
you're talking about the game against Birmingham. Oh wow, there's somebody in the studio. 1 second, CC Sports. 1 second, Formula. I don't believe I've met you before, Mikey Ballin. How are you?
I am good.
Sorry for
always
keeping
watch
you
your
waiting.
show. That's
I
okay.
didn't really. Sorry, I didn't realize that you was in the studio. My apologies. How you doing?
I'm good.
Good. I hope you're getting ready to talk about the Reggae Girlz, right?
100%. The boys
All right.
are in the background right now.
As they
Yeah,
should be. CC Sports, I allow you to continue,
yeah.
and
So,
Mikey and Formula, you can interject whenever.
so yes, as I was saying before, the the girls, right? The off the ball movement. I think the coach needs to work on that because every time I see a play going forward, it's not necessarily happening defensive. It's normally when they're going forward. And you see certain transition breaks up because the player is too close to the player. For example, I see Bonnie Shaw with a ball. She wants to pass the ball. But the supporting player in attack has come too close to Bonnie. So the defender that she's with basically has she what I think she should have done is pull the defender. So when you pull the defender wide, make the defender make a choice to either go with you. If she goes with you, Bonnie can take a shot. If she goes with Bonnie, Bonnie can pass the ball. So you're creating an option or an outlet. But when you get too close to her and she passes the ball, you realize, Crystal, it ends up behind them a lot of times. I think it ended up behind Jody Brown a few times. When she was supposed to control the ball, it ended up behind her because she was too close to the attacking
I,
player. So
I think.
The
Mm,
opposing
mm,
team.
CC,
Mhm.
CC, that come with practice. Them just practice 2 times together, you know.
that's
So
what I was going to
therefore,
tap
so
onto.
therefore, you have to give them a little more time. It's 2 practice them up. The tomorrow
But
I
game is
don't
going
say
to be
no,
three
no.
practice.
I'm
CC,
just pointing out certain areas
I
uh-huh.
because
know. Well,
yeah.
just wait until the next round, April.
Yeah,
I mean, right now, them just learn each other. You
I
understand me,
think,
sir?
Yeah, yeah,
Huh?
yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah.
still
Because the
yeah,
want to
fact,
but
ask this question though, Crystal. What happened? What is the issue with Drew Spence in terms of I don't understand the federation and how they deal with business because Drew played a friendly game for us. Obviously, Drew chose to represent us, and we still don't get Drew's documents in place
CC, it's not regular
so Drew
JFF
can be
behavior
in
that
the team.
CC. CC, not
Regular,
regular fooling
either
arms
win
out,
it.
JFF arms house, Virgin. Look how many, yeah, CC, we know. Look how many, it
No, but
took
I'm saying
Andre
that
Gray,
Drew played.
but CC, it took Andre Gray half a decade
hmm,
to sort out him documents, Virgin. Yeah, a regular JFF arms house that
The,
you're
the,
going like you're not used to the CC.
yeah,
You're going like you're new to the thing,
the
CC.
GFF operate like none of them went to school because how long it take to get a passport if the girls have or the guys have Jamaican parentage? It's a simple process, you know. They should have someone that is their job, and them know the guy at the passport office. Them have a lot a set form that this is what you need, and you send it to the player, and the player forward everything to them, and them go to passport office and take care of it. Yes, the player have to turn up to sign and that. So when the play, you get that, you send it to the Jamaican embassy in London or wherever it is, Germany, and the player come there and sign the documents. You not take one, send it FedEx. But what happened to the GFF is that them trying to do everything the cheapest way, and that is our problem. And the cheapest way is not necessarily the best way.
You see the thing about it is it come like every single player has spelling errors. That is like me not understand how so many spelling errors are associated with the documents of so many Jamaican players. It's like every single player, the A was supposed to be a E, right? But it was a A, or the A, it was supposed to be a E, but it was a A, and that have to be changed and all sort of one bag of arms house. Every single player have spelling error issues.
No, let me
Yo,
say this: if those girls that didn't get a passport yet from England in the next window don't have the passport, everybody at JFF will just get fired
thing is,
because it had
JFF
gone
supposed
from
to.
last year.
We should have had a dismantle where the federation is concerned many moons ago.
I know,
So
but now we know them definitely daft.
it's insanity all over again. I mean, I agree with you that you saw Drew Spence, you saw Jade Bailey, you also saw Paige Bailey Gale playing friendlies, and you did not think that you should be proactive in getting each player's documentation sorted out in time for the
Wasn't last
competitive side of the football.
wasn't last year they play Costa Rica and
Back in
Nigeria?
October, they
And you,
played
so
they
But
played
I'm
after
saying
Costa
that
Rica in October.
4 months so you can't get your passport?
these players are absolutely brilliant. Let me tell you, the problem is, and I think a lot of persons don't want to say it, and me, I gotta say it. Maybe because it's on Tallawah TV, but I will say it. The persons we have dealing with the football in Jamaica are incompetent in every way, shape, and form.
Hold
There's
on.
no
CC
way.
Sports, CC Sports. Clearly, you've not been watching my channel. Because if you think I would have a problem with you
I would
speaking
have said
nothing but the
another word,
truth,
but I'm just holding it. But I'm
okay,
just saying
incompetent is the right word to use then.
they are incompetent when it comes on. Listen, I said this already, Farmer Line, and I think it was on probably your channel. You're supposed to hear this already when I was saying that you're either a football person, business person, both, or you're a nothing. You understand? And we have seen it in too many federations, right? I've seen it too many times, bro. For example, let's go give some example of federation. The Netherlands Federation had a problem with the coach that they had, and you realize they did a shuffle around, and they are in the World Cup coming up. They're on their way to that World Cup. The Argentine Federation have their issues, and it's certain things working out. The thing about it is, I'm saying, Real Madrid as a president is not a football person, but he's a businessman. Manchester United might not be doing well on the field, but the business of football, they're making money and they're making good business decision in terms of the commercial viability of the entity that is Manchester United. The FSG people, them run Liverpool, they might not know nothing about football, but they know about business. The people running JFF don't know nothing about business, and they don't know nothing about football.
No,
they
you're
don't
wrong,
know
CC.
about nothing.
CC, you're wrong. Them know about patty shop.
Not even no, listen to me.
It's a
The
business.
disrespecting party shop, party people, I make money and know how to make money.
And
These
there's
people don't know
consistency there with
nothing.
Patty Shop.
But yeah, I want to make it clear though, guys. We're not just beat the federation for beat the federation, because these things have real serious consequences on the team and the product on the field. Because it's the same thing with the boys, for instance. Look how many boys were supposed to receive their documents before the Gold Cup to be a part of the Gold Cup for the to have a solid preparation for the World Cup qualifiers. Andre Gray was lucky that he made the Gold Cup squad because he's got injured. And that's my thing. These young ladies who have not gotten their documents as yet, they are key top players, important, additions to the team, right? And a whole entire first round is good. You know what I fear? You know what I fear is gonna happen? We have Dominican Republic is the last game of the round, if I'm not mistaken,
At
right?
home, on home soil.
Mm-hmm. And it is a big game because they are clearly the other top dog in the competition, right? And my thing is that at best we're gonna get these very important pieces for the next round. They are very important pieces which more than likely will have to be thrown into the mix. Will a disruption occur there? Will the game before the Dominican game for the next round, will that be enough to properly, gel the whole team as a cohesive unit? Because look, yes, we can beat the Dominican Republic. Yes, that's true. But for a big game like that, where there's so much riding on it, you want to cross all your T's and dot all your I's and make sure you hit every nail on the head where preparation is concerned for a game like that, because it really and truly more than likely will be a finale. And we need to be properly prepared for it to the
Listen.
best of our abilities.
I tell you already. I tell anybody this. God rest his soul. Captain Horace Burrell. A lot of persons might not like him, but I can tell you,
True.
if captain at this team, we would have been in Qatar. And I stand by that and I believe that. Because this team in quality is eerily similar to the team we had in 98. So the quality was there. So it just needed a charismatic lead. It just needed charismatic leadership and a business person. The man look at the man who are president. The man look dreary. The man
CC,
not charismatic.
CC,
No,
I
look
went tell you,
look rare.
I went tell you one better than that. The man who beat Ambassador Stevenson, if he was the president, we'd have gone to Qatar.
Listen,
Mr. Steve, you know him talk, right? You know Mr. Stevenson, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
We know that,
Stuart
man.
Stevenson.
If him, but you know what happened to him is a town man, them fight him out.
the man of Mikey Ballin, when captain around the thing in our skinny jeans, captain a beat, you know. Captain a man for the people, you know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Captain dressed like the people, them. Captain flex like the people, them.
Always
Captain
smiling.
business wise, captain done in a business. I'm a businessman. I make millions. Captain with the people them in the street. So it's like him have that kind
Have
of
the pulse.
what I say, Michael Manley already. And I know many people have that, brother. And I notice the two entities that are struggling in Jamaica are lacking charisma.
It's an interesting one. I don't really understand the comparison between the Federation and Jamaican Patty Shop, because I don't know how old you guys are. I'm steadily approaching 30, and Patty Shop was been around long before my existence, long before I came into the world. So that clearly says that they know how to run their business. I kind of feel like it's disrespectful for anyone to compare the Jamaica Football Federation to long-standing Patty Shop.
No, it's a joke, you know. You remember when
I know that it's a joke, but it's one that's just like, it doesn't even make sense, because it's like you're disrespecting Patty Shop, which is clearly a well-drilled, a well-run
I
business.
can't shut them attack, Crystal.
In comparison to
The one in the
in
community.
comparison to the Jamaica Football Federation.
Listen, I live in New York, and there's I don't want to advertise for them, but there's a patty shop that they're worth over 25 million US right now.
I think
you mean crust?
No,
yeah.
man, cross small to them, man.
Eh?
Yeah, man.
All right. Going back to the group stage, because Formula did touch on something quite key there with Dominican Republic. How you guys, particularly, I'm not sure if Mikey and CC's both been watching the women's team play, but how you guys feeling about Group C? If you let me bring up Group C for you guys actually, and then we can take a look at Group C together.
I saw the DR game today with Cayman.
How they look to you?
No, they can't manage us.
You think so?
No. Them. You see, Cayman team is like a school team, and Grenada, and I think Bermuda going to give them a little problem. Bermuda is the third best team in this group. I think maybe Grenada is the worst team. So, but I don't see this DR team beating this Jamaican team, even without the girls who don't have the passport yet.
But is it first place that goes through the group?
Yes, only first place.
My gosh.
But the only thing I can see DR doing is just backing up, park the box, and looking for a drive. They have a better goal difference than us. But if we even on goals, then they have to try and win, and that's when we're going to beat them.
We are even on goals, but there is a goal difference there. So I'm going to share my
the goal. No, that's what I mean.
My screen.
The goal difference. If they have a better goal difference than us, they went pack in the defense and try to play for a draw.
My thing is, I agree with your assessment, in terms of that it is looking like Bermuda might be the third best team in the group. And I do agree that, we should be able to take care of the Dominican Republic. I agree with that, So I want to make it clear now. I am not saying that we will, I'm not saying that DR can beat us or that. What I'm trying to say is that we can't take that game lightly.
No,
And
you
we
don't take
have
anybody
to-
likely.
We have to be as best as possible prepared. We have to cross all the T's and dot all the I's in preparation for that game, because it's a team that on their good day can cause us a bit of problems, and we have to respect that.
Any team can cause any team problems, and if your team is having a bad day, and you don't
Grenada
want to have a
can
bad
cause
day.
us problems even power nightmare day.
Who said Grenada can cause the problems?
No, Grenada.
Listen, Grenada cannot beat our under 17 team.
With sleep crystal. Come on.
Grenada cannot beat our under 17 team.
Exactly.
What?
Come on. Grenada, I heard someone say in a chat, I don't know who it was, that the Grenada team look like is some PE teachers and some
You
bank
lot are
tellers
so
play.
disrespectful.
No,
This worse
I
than
didn't say it in
Travis.
us. I heard it on a different chat. But I'm just saying what I heard. Repeat what I heard.
Before I continue, Taja, I don't know who you think I am, but I don't think the JFF listen to anything that I have to say, even if I say it constructively well or professionally. I don't think they listen to me at all. I can try and get the message to them, but I don't think they'll listen. I think JFF are pretty much set in their own ways. So I don't think they listen to anyone. I can't see why they would want to listen to me. But going back to Grenada, guys, we're kicking off against Grenada tomorrow. What's up, Formula?
Crystal, I see your point, but I slightly disagree with that a little.
With what?
I see a change of attitude, not a full 180-degree turn, but I see some inclination or a slight shift in attitude.
And this is what they want to
they're
do.
taking into consideration other opinions.
No, absolutely not. JFF, this is what they're doing. They're buttering you up, and it's working nicely for them. They roll out the red carpet. They do a few nice token gestures here and there, and they revert back to their old self.
Formula, how are you going to
JFF
JF
haven't
listening?
changed.
If those girls get a passport, them listening. If they don't, they're not listening at all. And that is the answer. That will give you. And they're supposed to get them passport before the end of next month.
The thing is, Mikey, before we get to, sorry to cut you off, Foreman, before we get to that, Mikey, it clearly says that the JFF operates based off insanity because we've been here before. Remember, the Reggae Boys World Cup qualifying campaign was just last month. And there were players that could have missed that tournament because of documentation reasons. Here we are, 1 month later, we're in the same position. So this is why I say JFF have not changed. JFF are tricky. They're slippery when wet. They will roll out the red carpet and they will hand out little token gestures just to throw you off track. But don't allow them to throw you off track. Be focused and realize that they are 20 years out of date. They're outdated. They're like spoiled milk. They'd have no use to us. No use. They're playing catch up at best. So I can't see anything that they do is something that they should have done after the Reggae Boys World Cup campaign in 1998. Anything from here on out, they should have done that 20 plus years ago. Remember, if it wasn't for the Jamaica women's national team, we would be sat here saying the last time Jamaica went to the World Cup was 1998. The last time Jamaica went to the World Cup was 2019, thanks to the women's team. So JFF haven't changed. You can't credit JFF for taking Reggae Girlz to the 2019 World Cup. You have to look at the Bob Marley Foundation.
As a matter of fact, when they argued that they tried, it almost felt as if the JFF was trying to sabotage the program.
I want to ask you a question, Krista. And this is just in terms of the qualification. Why is it that 43 teams play the qualification from Africa and they only get 4 spots with 2 playoffs, while Europe has like 51 teams and they get 11 spots?
I think the rules vary by what you want to call it, country and continent. It varies.
Power structure.
But to me,
I didn't want to say that because I don't want to get myself in trouble, Mikey.
I can say it. Power structure.
Look at it, Mikey Ballin.
Yeah.
When these teams reach the tournament, to me, it's not a great achievement when a European team reach semi-final. You have 11 opportunity to reach the semi-final.
Yeah.
There's nothing great about that.
So there's 32 teams.
32
so they have They
you
have a
one
third of the
third. You have
team. They have a third of the
33%.
teams. They have a third of the teams. One third.
Exactly.
You think about that? One third of
Exactly.
the team come
A
from
third.
Europe.
That is why
And
USA, I might say the USA, but that is why I think USA, I have to give major props to USA winning the World Cup multiple occasions
yeah,
because
but
they're
listen,
basically facing against the odds.
you remember that Europe is the smallest continent in the world, you know, although it look biggest on the map.
Exactly.
And
And
they
they
have
have
a
the most
third.
team at the World Cup.
No, a third. No, that's the most team. Let's call it 1/3 of the
One
teams
third of the World Cup.
from it's from Europe.
I
And
think
they
we
have the
need to
smallest
increase the
continent.
girls to 48.
I
and split
think
it out.
I think also you've struck up something that's quite important there because it just further shows the disrespect for those at the top. This is why I say I don't want nobody telling me to look to FIFA for as an example. FIFA are not an example. Look at the disrespect shown to AFCON.
Yeah,
You're telling me that either Egypt or Senegal is gonna miss out on going to the World Cup. The thought of even dreaming of Senegal not going to the World Cup, it doesn't even make sense. Surely the kings of Africa should already have one foot into the World Cup. Why not?
exactly.
Why not?
Exactly.
We get 4.5, right? We get 4.5. Correct?
When?
No, we
For the
no,
women?
Yeah.
No,
No,
For
we
the
get
this
women,
year.
yeah, sorry, Nigel.
No, man,
Yeah.
for the
It's
women.
Four
No, man,
for
for the
the
women.
Oh, for the
No, man,
women,
we got
4.5. Yeah,
we got
4.5.
4 spot direct.
yeah.
No,
And a
man,
half a
four.
spot.
No, hold on. No. 4 spot direct
and a
and
half.
2 spot goes to the player.
Right.
No, man, it's not half a spot. It's 2
A two
spot goes
spot
to
go
the
to the
player.
And
playoff.
how much come out to the playoff? 2 or 1?
A 2 spot go
Yeah,
to the
man, a
playoff.
2.
CC. Oh, I think I
Yes.
did 1.
Listen, the
To
playoff
third
will
place.
be. Let me tell you how it go, man. The playoff will be 10 teams and 3 qualify out of the
Oh,
playoffs.
okay.
So it have 10 teams.
So we could end up with 6 then in the World Cup.
Yeah, man, we could end up with 6 at the World Cup.
But
We could
it is
end up with 6.
it's unfair for Europe to get so many teams, and Africa have more countries in Africa than is in Europe,
Exactly.
and
So I'm saying,
there's more countries in our region than that's in Europe also.
Concacaf and Africa is the strongest voting bloc in FIFA. Yet we have with the least. Remember, it's the strongest voting bloc, Concacaf and Africa,
It's not what
That
is
is why
strong,
when
it's who have the most money.
No, I'm saying to you, that is why when the scandal was going on, it affected CONCACAF so much. Because if you realize CONCACAF and Africa as the swing in who becomes the
The
president.
president, yes.
So that's where you need to sweeten the deal. That is why when the World Cup is being expanded to 48, we are ending up with 7 spots in CONCACAF.
We do?
Yeah, man, the next World Cup we will be ending up with 7 spots. 6.5 spots.
Oh, 6.5.
Yeah.
And if we have the same president here, the same JFF, we won't make it either. Even when they get to 10.
Someone says that I don't know if this is true, Formula, only you can answer this. Someone said that you're pro JFF, so it seems that me and you're gonna be clashing.
Me know so when we met that talk up on your show the other day, say they're gonna come back for bite me, Me know when you set up now you say, boy, this is really not a good idea, But it's the true me is a man now where me just be real and say how I see it and be objective about how, regardless of whether I think people will agree with me or not or even beat me. Because you remember them in a comment section and say me take coke when we met the time. So me dey on hard drugs and all of them things.
But just look at it, Crystal. You will never see an African team in the semi-final or World Cup. You will only see Brazil and those teams because Brazil is exceptional. So you won't necessarily see an African team. You won't see a CONCACAF team. Mexico has been
Like you're
haunted.
telling, Costa Rica reached semifinals a couple years ago.
Which one? No,
man,
What-
quarterfinals.
quarterfinal.
A
What you have
quarterfinals?
to look at,
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
what you
yeah,
have to
yeah,
look
The
at
Dutch
as
did
well.
knock them out in a penalty shootout.
What you have to look at as well, CC Sports, is when we looked at the last, or I should say the current kings of the world. And the current kings of the world, the ones who hold the trophy at present, is France. Now, France oozes diversity, and the bulk of their core players, all of their core players have have roots that traces back to Africa. So that's why when France won the World Cup, a lot of people, I don't know about Jamaica, but a lot of people in Europe were saying Africa won the World Cup because of the players' roots and so on. So I think I hear where you're coming from, but that's already been put to bed based off, just you can just look
No,
at the
no, I'm
the
not saying
current side.
African players cannot win the World Cup, but I'm saying
No, no,
Africa.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying is they probably could do that in terms of, you want to call it alleged match fixing, but they can't stifle greatness. Because whether you shut out an African country, the best players in the world are traditionally black players. So essentially, African players are going to win,
Yeah,
nevertheless.
exactly. Facts, facts. I true you that, man.
They're
It's
going,
just
even when you look at Belgium, Romelu Lukaku roots back to Africa. So you can shut us out, be it play your games, you can fix or rig matches, allegedly, whatever way you want to look at it. But at the end of the day, the best will always rise to the top. Because like I said, the greatest player happens to be a black athlete.
I don't know, man. But I'm saying even in terms of like our chances with the Reggae Girlz and stuff. If we come out of this group, is it that after this round I think is the final they're going to have group. There's
Yeah,
two groups of
second, yeah,
four.
call it the second hurdle.
Yes, it's two groups of four. Where the two teams go through. But I think with this group though, I think it's going to come down to the game between Damrep and us.
Yeah.
We just need to win that game. It's going to come
The-
down to Damrep and us, and we can't expect going into that game. We don't need a draw because we don't know. Remember, the Damrep seems strong enough to dump up the other teams, so we don't want to go into there looking at goal difference.
Like I said,
They're
yeah.
already leading us on goal difference.
Yeah, let me go ahead.
9-9.
Pause for a second,
9-9.
guys. Just hold your thoughts quickly. I'm gonna take off my banner and then I'm gonna let us look at
Table.
the groups for a second. So let me just share my screen quickly. Bear with me, and then I can bring it up on screen. There we go. You guys can see that, right?
Yeah, man.
So this is how the team looks, guys. At the top in Group C, you have Dominican Republic. They have played 2 matches, 1-2. You can clearly see that they have a healthy goal difference. They have 13 goals in total, and they are sitting on maximum points, 6 points. That being said, just below them in second place is Jamaica on 3 points, goal difference of 4 with 1 match played. So most certainly, we need to go out there and completely hammer Grenada tomorrow. Dominica's opening game, I'm sure you guys are aware, Dominican Republic, that is, their opening game was against tomorrow's opponents, Grenada, and they smashed them 9-0. Subsequently, they followed that win up against Cayman Islands. And as you can see there, guys, that game was played today and they beat Cayman Islands 4-0. So what do you guys make of Grenada? I know we've touched on Grenada already, guys, in the comment section, and guys on the panelists, I should say. What do you guys make of Grenada?
Easy
Listen,
picking.
as the man them say, them look like schoolgirls, and it's sorry to say, but tomorrow we will just drive NSWMA down there and dump them up. Get them a score. Get them a score. Get them a score. But to be honest, like from what I'm seeing, is Trudy is eager to score, even though that goal that she scored was robbed from her, because for some reasons technology is lacking in the female side of the
Yes,
sport.
that's true. I remember. Yeah, I remember that one day.
She scored a goal, and I think she's playing like a player who has something to prove.
Yes.
Because I think she thinks that she has. I think from the Roma move, I think she thinks that she has not really lived up to the type of player that a lot of persons see her as. So I think when you notice that she's playing on the field, she's playing like a player possessed. So she's always trying to call for the ball. She's always going for the ball. At one point in time, I thought she was playing free roam because she's everywhere trying to call for the ball. She's showing up, popping up, requesting the ball. She wants to be on the ball. She wants to be involved in any play going forward. So I think on that basis, with her tenacity that she's showing, we can look forward to that. Khadija might have started slow, but Khadija is Khadija. Class is class. You know, there's a farm is temporary, class is class. So the class won out at the end. What I don't want is that what Khadija did when she scored that goal and she was tearing down the referee. You can't They can't try to do things like that because they might be deemed as unsportswoman like. You understand? And you don't want to be
And CC, she was on. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't she get a yellow card earlier in the game?
She got a
she got
yellow
a
card
yellow
for
card.
coming together. And I think, in fairness to her, I feel like I agree with the point that yourself and Formula are making in terms of how Bunny reacted. But I think it's gonna be a case of half a dozen of one, half a dozen of another, because people would question her captain abilities had she not approached the referee and say, what is that all about? Even at the end of the match, I stayed on and I was watching the end of the game, and you could see Bunny went over to the match, the referee, and asked her verbally. I'm assuming I could see her stick her leg out, so she's probably talking to the referee about the yellow card and possibly the penalty decision. And the referee wasn't. She didn't even try to hear it. She just walked off. She walked off. But
But Crystal,
at least Bunny had the courage to step to her and say, "Come on, like what is that all about? Better
but Chris,
refereeing next time."
Yeah, I don't have a
Crystal,
problem with
yeah,
that enough, Crystal.
but Crystal,
Hmm.
that could
Stare
have
down.
so easily gone a different way though.
Hmm.
That could have easily, like the ref could have just say, "Yo, shut up," and
But
just,
at some point,
you know,
Formula, you have to stand up to these referees
No,
because
yeah,
it's not
do
that.
it after the game though. Do it, cuss out the referee when the game done, Crystal.
No,
It's
but
not
I'm
the game
talking
part,
about
you know.
after the game. I'm talking about what she did after the game. So the
no,
whistle
that's
had
okay.
been the whistle had been blown for full time, and she approached the
But,
referee and she
but
was
she was
asking.
Crystal, she was talking to the ref, you know, while the game was actually after. Remember, you know, when she stitched the first goal and she put her foot through it and nearly killed the poor ball soul in her.
Yeah.
Right? She was walking past the referee and you could see she had turned her head and she had give the referee some
Check
stick.
out, guys.
Yeah
I'm
man. Big up
CC Sports,
CC.
it was a pleasure meeting you. Great to put a
Yeah.
face to the name or a name to the face.
All right then, Crystal. Big up yourself.
Take care.
Formula, Mikey Ball.
All right, cool.
Yeah man, bless up CC.
The thing is, Formula, I like what she did. Because I think you see that in the men's game all the time. You see the players speaking back to the referees. Referees carry themselves as if they are above the law. Nobody should talk to them. Why? What makes you so high and mighty? What makes you so important? I'll be concerned if Bunny was verbally abusing the referee, but for her to stand there and challenge the decision, the poor match officiating decisions from the referee, I'm standing by that. You got to call out the nonsense. They did it with our men's team. They continue to do it with our men's team. And now they're doing it with our women's team. At some point, we have to say enough is enough so that the next match officiators for be it Grenada or Cayman Islands or Dominican Republic know that if you're going to come and you're going to do foolishness, the players will challenge you. And now it has to be a collective effort. The players have to challenge the match officiating referees. The backroom staff have to challenge them. And when they come to the national stadium, the fans have to challenge them as well.
Krista, you know this all referees from Central America keep doing this, right?
There you go. It's dodgy. It's dodgy.
Yo, yeah. you can tell so Crystal are real hearted, you know, man. You can't step the Crystal certainly, you know.
Crystal look like she ready for fight the ref though.
Crystal will come we land some busted conk in a head top scene.
Yeah, well.
All right.
Crystal is a cashew seed and bust your head.
I see your point. I do. But all right, here's the thing. I would not have really had an issue with it if one issue was not the captain and also issue was not on a yellow card previously to that. The mere fact that you're the captain and you're already on a yellow card, you know, for starters, you're the team's best player, you could get a red card, right? Go a man down, miss the next game, miss an opportunity to, to engage in further gelling with your teammates, right? 1, 2, as the leader, you don't want to encourage that sort of indiscipline, right? In terms of, or that sort of lack of self-control. For another player who is possibly on a yellow card to think, oh, Bunny, they are wild up the ref even the other day, even though she already did on a yellow card. You know, me can do it too because the big bad Bunny shall do it. So as the leader and as the best player in the team, I just don't think it was wise, to be honest with you.
Okay. Okay, I hear where you're going in terms of the disciplinary element there and the self-control. I hear where you're going with that. Possibly we can put this down to first match, the burden of being the captain, because when you're the captain, she probably feels that she has to go above and beyond. Because not only are her teammates watching her, but also people in the 12th man, they're watching her as well. And you again, it's just she could have gone with your decision, and some people would still sit back and say, but why Bunny never challenged the referee? Bunny too quiet, Bunny no vocal, Bunny no this, Bunny no that. So I kind of feel like when she's in that position and she is young, carrying heavy load, these are decisive games. It's not like it's a friendly. She's kind of damned if she does and damned if she doesn't. And that's why I say that I'm actually like that. I think I definitely get where you're coming from, that she put herself at risk of getting a red card. But if that was the case, then surely you have to approach the referee differently, because that couldn't run. And she's not a type of player that is irrational, that would get herself into a position where she's going to see a red card. That's not part of Bunny's makeup. So for you to actually see a different side to her, that tells you everything you need to know. This is telling me that she's saying, this is match day one. You're not going to treat us as pushovers. You're going to respect us. Because Bunny's not known for being a vocal person. But she was vocal in the opening match, and she had to be.
I mean, oh, my boss, did you want to say something?
No, but I was going to change the subject because I was thinking about the number 5 on the team.
Oh, go ahead. You feel free to try.
Right. I don't know her name. She came on in the second half.
And who are you?
Number 5.
Oh, you're talking about Days. I think you're talking about Michaela Days.
No, Michaela Day, right? That's her name.
Yeah,
and Van Zandt.
Yeah.
Those two young ladies are very skillful, very aggressive. I hope they get more minutes than what they got in the last game to prove themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I like how number 5 used the middle. I like how Van Zandt like the cutting. You notice every time she get the ball, she cuts in.
Very direct. Yeah.
And she set up Bunny's second goal. She was part of that.
She set up one of them. Yeah.
You understand me?
It was actually her debut, you know.
Yes, I know, and I've been watching her. Today I went and search her out on some videos, and believe me, she got skills. She has skills.
I love that, Mikey. I love the sincere support from the both of you. The fact that you do your homework, the fact that you're really like buying into the culture. It's impossible for me to sit here and have a conversation about the women's national team if my panelists aren't educated.
Let me tell you something. I am biased towards the female team more than the men team. And the reason
really?
for this is, yes, my sister played on the first Jamaica World Cup women's squad.
You're joking.
Yes, they played in Canada. They got a lot of big beatings back in the late 80s or early 90s.
Okay.
So that's why I'm biased towards the female team.
Well, if that's the case, then Mr. Ballin, you are welcome on this platform anytime. You don't even need to ask. You just need to clear your throat, and I know what time of day it is.
Yes, so I support the female. I keep telling people after the last window with the men, I said, stop talking about the men now. It's woman time now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the men are history now. They're only playing to get some points and look good. So I always supported the female team. I know a couple of the girls from that first team that went to Canada. I only talk to one now, the captain.
Okay, interesting.
My sister is not here with us anymore. She passed away 12 years ago, cancer.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
She played center half, but she came off the bench. She wasn't a starter.
She would be very proud now, though.
I'm sure. Yeah.
If she was still with us, she would be very proud.
Oh yeah, because she played football here in the States until she was 40. She got a scholarship from football. Played for Essex Community College in New Jersey, full scholarship. And she was played for Boogie G Girls, Barry G Girls. That's the name of it. You remember that team?
Where they based?
In Jamaica. Barry G had a team. You remember that team, Formula?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
That's when the football just started. Female football.
I don't even think I was a thought back then.
What?
So
So I'm aging myself then.
You're showing your colors. You're showing showing your age with that one, Mikey.
Yes.
yeah, I was a mere. I don't even think I was even a thought back then. So
Well, the older folks will know about Barry G had a team, the DJ.
yeah, I know who Barry G is. Yeah.
Yes, he had a team. That's the team she played for. I think
Okay.
she's practicing Marvelly.
Well, it is an honor to be in the presence of greatness. So
No, you mean my sister, not me.
no, I mean,
Yeah,
come
well,
on,
you are related
DNA.
to greatness, so you're still greatness.
Well, I wish I was half as good. I tried the game, played a couple of years Major League for Midhaven, but that was it.
That's interesting. I want to know what you guys have to say in the comment section in regards to tomorrow's game against Bermuda. Just a
No.
friendly reminder. Sorry, against Grenada. My apologies there,
Grenada,
guys. Against Grenada. Just a friendly reminder that Dominican Republic absolutely hammered them 9-0 on the opening day. So let me know what you guys think tomorrow's scoreline will be like. I think Mikey and Formula are going to go for a high scoreline. How you guys feeling about tomorrow?
Let me tell you something. First of all, yesterday, day before yesterday was a warm-up game. You see, tomorrow, if them come back with less than 13, a baker's dozen, we need to put them under the whip. I'm telling you. I don't see any of them girls stopping Bunny. I don't see it. I mean, it's a high school team.
Jamaican football fans are so disrespectful. I love it.
No.
When it comes to the Reggae Girlz, you guys have some confidence. I like it.
By the way, Crystal, you know who I would have loved to have been in our group? St. Vincent.
Why?
I watched the game with St. Vincent versus Cuba. Yo, St. Vincent, I was centre back there, see, man. I seen him give a goal. Lord have mercy, man. Yo.
But you know what happened? Also,
when you started ever go against that girl, you know, man, a murder.
Also, I want to, what is happening here? I want to bring up the other Caribbean teams too. But just like 20 years ago, 25 years ago, Jamaica was in their position, and here we are now, one of the top 5 or 10 teams in the region.
Yeah.
So they have to bring up their level. They have people in England, they have people in America that they can bring back and improve their team, and that's what maybe they should do. They don't have to pick all 11 from overseas. They could pick 6 or 7.
Yeah, the formula is there. The formula. This is why we're in a position where we just have to just keep on pushing forward. We can't afford to stagnate. So if you stagnate, you look at you could easily slip down the line and someone could fly past you.
Yeah.
So there's what they're doing is we're all pretty much using similar formula in terms of trying to get that fair and equal balance between the players born in the diaspora and players born on home soil.
See, DR is doing it. DR got about 9 players from the States.
There you go.
College players. They find out the formula, and they are doing it. So why not the other islands try to do the same? It make it better for football. Therefore, you always have to you can't take anybody for granted. When the higher the level goes, everybody level move up, your level have to keep up. And then we can start challenging the United States, challenging the Canadas. But I really and truly, I saw Mexico play. And if we get our girls the passports, whoever is out, I think Jamaica and Mexico are going to be in the same group. From what I'm hearing.
Jamaica, Mexico are the host for call it the second hurdle, right?
I know, but I think Jamaica is going to be in the group with Mexico.
We've touched on this myself, and Simon, Formula, and Manning's touched on this the other night, didn't we? In terms of that revenge that Mexico are seeking, because of course, the way they would have looked at it is we essentially would have stopped them from going to the World Cup, although our decisive game wasn't played against them. But had they made it to that decisive game with us, they probably would have felt that they could
Costa
have
Rica or
gone to the
Panama
World
knocked
Cup
them out.
in front of us. Panama in front
Panama.
of us. So I think that's the way they're looking at it. So that's the reason why I'm saying game against Mexico. That's already a hot game to look forward
And
to.
and if the JFF don't get them girls in passport, it would be a oh
Yeah.
I mean it would be
I
sad.
think
I mean then
I
they
think
need
I
to
would
just
call. I think I would support calls for them to go if they didn't get
no, you know what
passport.
what they should do? They should get they don't have marshals in Jamaica, get the special constable, they go put a chain on JFF door, lock them out.
Listen, Brain Drain, thank you so much for your contribution. Formula, I can't believe that you're actually saying that at this point, if JFF don't do something, then you're going to be anti-JFF. You should already
No,
be like that.
I look to be
I
clear.
think you're being too kind
I
to
am
them.
I am anti JFF, in terms of, don't get me wrong, they have a long ways to go and they're way off. I was just saying that I do see some revolutionary things being put into place. But with that being said, if they do fail to get the passports of those ladies by the time the next round comes around, I honestly would support cause for them to go. Honestly.
You're well. I
Honestly,
am.
because it would just be growth, repetitive incompetence.
I am already on that boat saying that enough of JFF, enough is enough. I think we need fresh pairs of eyes. I think that they've been there for so long that they just see it's the same things over and over again. They're really set in their ways. I can't see any major change coming from the JFF. And also, what about consistency? Because that's always been the side that lets them down the most. Consistency. I think outside of consistency, you have to question how sincere they are in terms of how they operate. I think that's been one of my major problems with them. Someone here is asking about Jade Bailey. So Jade Bailey, along with Paige Bailey Gale, and Drew Spence, those are the players that are in process of sorting out their documentation. So we need to keep our eyes out on Paige Bailey Gale, Drew Spence, and Jade Bailey to see the latest updates where their documentation is concerned. Let's see.
We really need to hold, as fans, we need to really and truly hold the JFF accountable where that is concerned. They need to get those young ladies the documents before the next round.
100%. And all it takes is contacts. It's just contacts. You don't even need contacts. But at this point, effort, keyword. At this point, your contacts would help you. But to begin, you don't even need contacts. All you need is effort. That's it. But there's no effort. They drag their heels all the time and they get away with it. And the reason why this federation gets away with cheap labor is because there's no one there to whip them. There's no one there to ask them a question. They're not held in account for their lazy behavior, for their incompetency. They're not held in account at no given point. So they just repeat the same process because there's no one there to grab them by the scruff of the neck. So they are essentially their own boss. They don't have to answer to no one.
Well, I tell you, I don't know. I hope, I should say, that the next election that every one of these members of the JFF is voted out. Every last one of them. And I think we should get a change and maybe put some ladies at the top. Maybe that will make things run better. Less testosterone.
Sidela Mali right now could have run JFF better than how JFF run our my crickets. And I think that's one of the, I think they kind of feel a little bit threatened by her.
I think they're intimidated by Sidela.
Why?
Because they know that one, I mean, she's a no-nonsense person. She was kind of showing them up. And also, the talk in the street is that JFF, my crickets them for cut and give to a Sidela Mali for run. Because Sidela Mali, I know for 100% fact, Sidela Mali could run the JFF, the Jamaica. I mean, yes, we know she have other businesses and stuff like that. We don't know if she'd be interested in. But if she was interested in it, right now I would say, Crystal, see you tomorrow. You know, we link again. Me have to go do a video because if me see one tweet from 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 Miss Marley right now, me I do a video in full 100% support. Should do undoubtedly a better job than Ricky.
Yeah.
As you notice, men have a lot of testosterone and all in them ego,
Yeah,
and women will do a better job than men.
I agree. I think
And
women are
and for
better suited for running things. I think they multitask very well. They take counsel very well. They are humble enough to know when, you know, probably this area is not their area of expertise.
and they'll ask a question.
Ask questions, analyze, and pick sense out of nonsense. I honestly think there are many women right now in this country that could run the JFF better than my crickets,
I
include
have a,
and definitely Sidela.
I have a thing to say. We're in the COVID time now. You know, the best run countries with the COVID is run by women, right?
Yeah.
New Zealand. You know, you're onto something I didn't even think about that. New Zealand isn't Sweden
Yes.
woman
Yes.
a woman-led country as well.
Yes. Yes.
Yo, Virgin, I
And not
think
because
that's a
I'm
point
Crystal
people need
showing
to
up.
look into.
I'm not trying to butt up Crystal, but I'm just pointing out the fact. Okay.
Listen, music to my ears. I don't even need to chime in. Now you fire away.
Okay. So all the guys who think that women can't do this job, for the years from I playing football in Jamaica, is men running this thing. Give me a switch now.
Yeah,
Now beg you a switch.
that's a
True.
fair point. Can't
Give
argue
me
with
give
that.
a
You know,
woman 4 years. Huh?
you touch on something that I've been thinking about since the last World Cup qualifying campaign, and I think moving forward, they could even consider the possibility of co-presidency. So you have a male president and a female
Can't work.
president.
Can't work.
Why not?
Because the man got start to think about the woman and all them things. Come on.
Yeah, the woman
It
got,
have,
you mean a president for both women's program and men's program?
Yeah.
oh no, that wouldn't work.
It's a decent
Co-presidency.
idea, you know. It's a decent idea, but from a
When cause
practical
problem.
standpoint, from a practical standpoint, it might be difficult. But from a theoretical standpoint, it's not a bad idea. But given the context of the average Jamaican
Man.
person, it might not work.
No, me not. Listen,
Plus,
listen.
the current
You have a
JFF
tax.
won't relinquish that sort of authority.
No, but it's
you have-
something that I think the girls, I'm sorry to cut you off there, Mikey. I think they should have their designated team because they can't. If you can't manage the men's team, what makes you think you're gonna be able to manage the women's team? You can't. You don't. They don't have the facilities to deliver for what the Reggae Girlz want and what the Reggae Girlz need. And if it wasn't for the Bob Marley Federation, we wouldn't have qualified for the World Cup. It's nothing to
Wouldn't have
do
a
with
team.
JFF.
We wouldn't have a team.
We wouldn't even have a team, much
But
less qualify.
It's the coaches and also, you know, the Marleys as well. You know, it almost felt as if JFF was trying to sabotage the thing, allegedly.
Look at this now formula. The JDF have a woman at the head. It's time for the JFF now to have a woman at the head. True?
If the soldier them can be run by a woman,
Why can't
Which one?
the
Which
why
football?
one?
not the JFF?
The JDF. Is a woman is the boss now. Yes,
True. Yes, formula. Yes.
You're right. So
If
why can't the
soldiers can be
JFF
run
just
by
take
a,
out?
Formula,
by a
you did
woman,
this.
Yeah, listen. Why if just take out the one of the F and throw in a D and call it Jamaica Defense Football? Yeah,
So that's a solid point. That's
Huh?
a solid
come
point.
on, man.
But yeah, I think that's something that they should consider. That maybe turn it over. Let a woman be the president, because I think
Give Marley 4 years so she can do.
And I think Formula touched on something that, and I think it would be a beautiful partnership, because we know that historically the Marleys have always been involved in football. They've always loved football. You know, that's something that they've grown upon generation to generation, be it even the youngest of the generations love football. And you can see that they're business minded as well, be it in music, be it in entertainment, film, you name it, they are business minded. So I think that could make a interesting pairing. And it won't be a case of just Sedella Marley running the federation. She would obviously formulate her team, her desired team. So you have the footballing people running the federation with her.
But
You know,
Crystal,
I
look
live here. Hold
how.
on, Pamela. Hold a second. I live here in New York, right? And I've never seen a Umbro Jamaican football shirt in any store. And you have over 500,000 Jamaican living in New York City. How is that?
Yeah.
I mean, you
Why,
walk
J
around,
Ross,
you see,
I see you. I see you, J
Crystal,
Ross.
that is politics.
That is
My humble
politics, like
advice, stay away from that.
politics.
Don't
J
go
Ross,
down
I
the
thought
road,
me and you were
Crystal.
friends, but you're trying to trip me up with that one. I see you though, J Ross.
Jairus are trying to get in a problem. Sorry,
J Ross,
boss. Get
when I
in.
reached to Jamaica, Kingston, Norman Manley Airport, then turned me back. J Ross, it's not
Deport
happening.
you. Deport you. Go back to UK.
Deport me at UK. I'm not even come
them
from
can't deport
UK.
you, a Jamaican.
J Ross, I thought we were friends, but I'm not taking that date.
Come on, you were saying though, my boss, about the
No, I
New
said
Year.
I live here in New York, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's over 500,000 Jamaicans live in New York. I have never seen a Jamaican GFF, or Jamaican national team jersey on sale here. I see Germany, I see England, Brazil, Mexico, but you could never find a Jamaican. And I tell you, if let's even sell them for $20, they make a bag of money. But every day them a big money. But them don't know how to get the merchandise out to where like Miami, Atlanta, New York, Toronto, London, where the Jamaican people are there where they can make money to support the team.
Can
You
I say
understand?
something, my boss? Can I say something,
Yeah.
my boss? Tennessee. The marketing lady, Sophie Harris, when she was in charge of marketing at the JFF, right? Look at what took place and look at the fruits of her labor. And I mean, I remember watching that interview with her and how she spoke about. You could see that she was trying to be very respectful to the current individuals in the federation because, you know, she doesn't want to burn bridges, so to speak. But you could see that it was she was trying to say it as respectfully as possible, but you could see that she was basically just trying to put into words as respectful as possible how difficult it was to work with the gentlemen that are that are in the hierarchy. And she was
You know
trying
that
to bring that across respectfully.
you know what I think though? The guys that are running the JFF now, they know certain things and they don't know certain. No one person will know everything.
True.
So you have to hire a person who know how to market the stuff. And because the person will know more than them don't want to hire them.
Yeah.
Because you show them up.
Okay,
You show them
get
up.
there we go again with the male ego business.
Yeah.
So if they had
Yeah.
somebody doing marketing, those shirts would be here selling it at the sports stores here and the sports stores in London and wherever Jamaican people congregate.
You know what it is, Mikey? I hear your point, but if I remember, Umbro is a UK brand. If I can't walk into a sports store in the UK and pick up an Umbro shirt, you don't stand a chance.
That's why it don't make no sense.
It doesn't make so. I want to know. I would love to go through that contract. I would say we were fine tooth comb, but probably we won't even need to do that because the way
Unless
Jamaica Federations day, it probably just one piece of paper and they sign away their life. What
and
deal did you sign?
or maybe them tell maybe this deal was Amber, instead of making shirts so for the fund them, just make enough shirts so we can field 98 players every year.
What deal did you sign? I don't even know if
But
you
my
guys have
thing is-
realized it.
my-
1 second there, Formula.
Mm.
I don't even know if you guys have realized it, but on the back of the shirt, it's, remember, it's supposed to be a generic
That's what I
shirt.
was going to say.
See, me and you.
Yes, Jesus
Finish it
Christ.
off. Finish it off.
I have never seen a Umbro jersey with a name on the back of the damn kit. Like something has to be there has to be an issue with the deal itself, Crystal. You're spot on.
The deal is dodgy. The deal don't make sense. I feel ashamed to wear my shirt. I wear my shirt and the back of my shirt says Reggae Boys. Big generic shirt says Reggae Boys. Why? What about the women's team? You struck a deal like that. JFF are so disrespectful. They struck a deal like that when the women were on the quest to qualify for their first ever Women's World Cup. And you struck a pathetic deal like that.
Because they never expect them to qualify. They never
Because they
think
don't
they're going
rate
to
them.
qualify.
They don't rate them.
And guess what will happen again? The girls going to qualify again. But this time the shirt's going to say Reggae Girlz.
Yeah.
But then
Because they don't want to miss this boat.
I need to do some, and
also, Formula, before you say something, maybe the Reggae Boys shirt just a Reggae Girlz, because the Reggae Girls are doing better than them in the last couple of years. maybe they get embarrassed and start winning, eh?
But
I saw somebody said Formula and Mikey. I saw somebody said that some of the boys them play like the girls. And I say if the Reggae Boys them play like the girls, then would have qualified for the World Cup already. That's a fact. Any Reggae boy will start playing like the Reggae Girls, you're gonna World Cup. That is a fact.
But you know that there also might be issues, and I'm not saying this is the case. And truth be told, I need to do some research on it because I am in a position where I can find out more about what is taking place. But there is a school of thought that there might be issues with the patents or the trademarks with the
I heard about that.
Reggae Boys brand. I'm not saying this is the case, I don't know. As I said, I need to do more research on the matter, but there is a school of thought that this could be an issue because, research was done, and as I said, this might be an issue, so it's something we need to.
I heard that rumor too because they didn't brand it, so somebody bought the brand.
It's
go on, Formula.
It seems as if look, because brands, respective patents and trademarks and etc. can be owned in different jurisdictions, so to speak, right? So, I don't know which jurisdiction, the research applied to, but there was some research done by Vlogger's resident attorney, Neo Sovereign, that indicated that it wasn't clear as to which jurisdiction it was applicable to, but it does appear that the brand, the brand of the Reggae Boys might not be owned by the Federation. As I said, it's still something that we need to do more research on, right? And it was unclear what jurisdiction it applies to. It was where? It was probably the US, I think it was. As I said, I need to familiarize myself more with what Neo was saying, and also I need to do some research on it on my own. But there is a school of thought that there might be issues there.
Also, you remember when the internet just started up with a .com business, like ABC, NBC, CNN, people bought up them and name brand them, and those companies had to buy those names from the individual who bought up all those names and branded it. And that's what's happening to Jamaica now. They have to go buy from the person or whoever owns it now. And maybe the money they want for it, JFL can't afford it.
Pagan put in Sophie Harris's interview. She did I don't, as I said, I watched the interview a while ago, so I don't remember exactly what she said, but she did make reference to, not quoting her verbatim, but she did make reference to some of the logos not being trademarked or something to that effect, allegedly. So there were, even in her interview, there seemed to have been issues with trademarks that she was alluding to. Right? So my thing is, as I'm saying, I'm not here saying that there is indeed an issue with the trademark for the Reggae Boys brand. I'm saying it's an allegation and a school of thought that there might be an issue with regards to that. And I brought that up because Crystal, made a brilliant point that the Umbra deal just does not add up. There's something missing. It does not make sense. There is something that is awry where that is concerned. So I just put that out there to say that there is a school of thought that there's issues where this is concerned. So probably this might be, the reason why things are a bit off.
There is a time there, I think things are there's a lot that's definitely off, down to the easiest of things to do, and it won't even cost you much to get a generic in-house email address. I remember the last World Cup qualifying campaign, the email address was at gmail.com, not at JFF.com. The last Women's World Cup qualifying, persons who were working for the federation were using at gmail.com. So it just goes to show they don't know what they're doing. They don't have a clue, not even a proper email. You can't set up a proper email, a business email. What makes you think that you're good enough or capable enough to go and strike a brand deal if you don't even know how to set up an email address, a business email address? Simplest of tasks.
And look at this. Even them YouTube channel, they haven't put anything on it since the men played Bermuda, 4 years ago, 3 years ago?
Yeah.
I mean, so why have a YouTube channel if you're not using it?
To be honest with you, Gavin, good point. Worried about the football YouTube channel talking about the Reggae Girlz. I see how they deal with the male team, and I hope it's not the same, because I don't know if the girls can handle that type of criticism. I love your comment. This is something that myself and Formula have discussed both on air and off air. I think it's safe to say that for our platform, we're not entertaining no form of disrespect for the Reggae Girlz, especially ones that can potentially affect their mental health, and you can extend that across the board for the Reggae Boys as well.
Crystal sort of seemed a bit jumpy and
no, it's okay. Ago, it's okay.
But in terms of jumpy to respond while you were speaking, but Gavin, I can't agree with that comment, boss. Look, I think that criticism emanating from the platform of vloggers might be confused with general criticism right across the board on social media on a whole, right? There is not one vlogger that I can say that was disrespectful to either a footballer or a coach, right? I mean, yes, strong,
opinionated,
opinionated views were expressed and that sort of a thing. Things started to go awry. Passion, gets drawn into the equation as well, because obviously, many of us care deeply about, the nation's football, both, boys and girls. But I can't think of a vlogger who I would say was disrespectful, or because you said worry about the football YouTube channels talking about the Reggae Girlz. I see how they deal with the male team, right? Gavin, I don't understand. You wanted us to butter up the male team? You wanted us to speak highly of the male team? There were they were grotesquely underperforming. They were grossly underperforming. They were poor. They are the worst performing team in the round as far as I'm concerned. Even though we're not at the foot at the table, we're second to last. But in terms of the actual performances, game to game, bar the Costa Rica game for the most part, we have been abysmal. So I think the YouTube platform struck a good balance between, giving strong constructive criticism and really and truly beating who we need to beat when we need to beat them. But I don't think any of us crossed the line. I don't think any of us crossed the line and were disrespectful.
I think there were times where some comments was just a little bit difficult to listen to. I don't think there is consistency across the board in terms of how criticism is handed out. And nobody, I can't speak for my panelists, but for me, I'm not going to sit here and say that I won't criticize a player. And no player is exempt from criticism. You're not even exempt from criticism in your normal 9 to 5. No player is exempt from criticism. But the issue is always the delivery. It's always what you say. Sometimes it's not necessarily what you're saying, it's how you're saying it. So I think that's what Gavin is talking about when he says that he's referring to certain treatment, because I think he's referring to the language that's used when it comes to our male counterparts. I don't think it's necessarily about criticism, because nobody's exempt from criticism.
All right. So, in your opinion, Crystal, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that, and before, 'cause I want to talk about Owen's comment as well. Owen. In your,
Where's
but
Owen's comment?
the third to last. But in your
Okay.
humble opinion,
Okay.
Crystal,
Yeah.
do you think that in any way, shape, or form the vloggers overstep their bounds, commentary on the boys and the boys campaign?
I don't think it's about overstepping their bounds, because each individual platform belongs to whoever that created that platform. Essentially, I can't come on your platform and tell you how to run your platform, because that would be me overstepping my boundary, not knowing my place. I can advise you and be like, Formula, I think you perhaps should change this or do this, but I don't have the right to tell you what to put on your platform, right? But I think that the issue there, where there's always that tussle back and forth, is the language that's used with the players. And some of the times that the language has been concerning. It's been some concerning stuff that's been said. So when like Owen
From
is saying,
vloggers?
from vloggers, yeah, there's been some concerning stuff that's been said. Because what you got to understand, you always have to remember that you don't know the strength of someone's mental well-being. You don't
Fair,
know it. So you
fair.
can say it's banter, but somebody can take that personal. They can take that personal, and that might affect their game. But on the bigger picture, the bigger scale, that might affect their personal life. And a lot of the times, it's not the players that seen was said on YouTube. It's their family. It's their family that's going to feel the hurt and the pain to hear certain stuff, even if it's banter. At the end of the day, sometimes people disguise insult and quote it as banter, but really there's intent there. They want to hurt you. So I think that's probably what Owen and who else was it? Gavin's touching on.
All right. So we don't want to try and publicly even make any even imply anybody's channel that we are directing anything at them. So
No,
we can
we're
talk.
not implying
Yeah.
nothing on no one's channel, but since the question was asked, because the
Mhm.
topic is about how YouTube. Listen, we could sit here and have the same conversation if we were talking about traditional media, be it traditional media in Jamaica. We can sit here and we can talk about how mainstream media treats black footballers in the UK. So if we can sit here and we can critique how mainstream media treat black players in the UK, then we can sit here and critique how YouTubers treat the Jamaican footballers. Because it's like for like, it's content. It's content. The same way some people can look at a reggae boy or a reggae girl and critique them harshly, they should be prepared to know that just like how you critique someone or criticize someone, in turn, someone will do the same to you.
And that's fair. But I want to talk about that of more in terms of the vloggers, because I really want to talk to Crystal about that. But
I don't think that if you're thinking, are you part of that? I've never
no,
seen
no,
that in
no,
your
no, no,
channel.
no, no. It's not that. I
Never
I
like
want to.
never ever.
No, man, it's not that. I want to like really flesh it out, but I
Yeah.
don't think it's wise to do that publicly.
Okay.
So it's not
Okay.
that I
Okay.
personally, no, because I always
Okay.
try to be respectful. But
Well,
Yeah.
Gavin, you say, man, I see channels saying to go and let players look down their IG account. Man was going personal and play. You see a vlogger go on a player's IG account and say something um bad, like in terms of overstepping the line. Like for instance, I did a video saying hashtag Aka out, right? I did a video saying hashtag Haka out. Now in that video, I said I wanted to make it clear, nothing personal against the player, and I have the utmost respect for the player and his contribution to Jamaica's football. I even went as far as saying I am a fan of Prime Haka. Prime Haka, I'm a baller because I'm a rate Prime Haka, right? But this version of Haka has no business being in the national team because the guy is damn near 40, right? And it's just, in my humble opinion, was very one of the major issues in our midfield in these qualifiers, right? So is that overstepping the lines become and say Haka out and Haka needs to go?
But there's nothing wrong with the language that you've used though, because again, like football is like I saying, doesn't matter what job you do, doesn't matter if you're a builder, doesn't matter if you work on the construction side, doesn't matter if you're a doctor or a nurse, you are not exempt from criticism. If you're a doctor and I come into your room and I'm saying that formula, you're a disgrace, you're the worst colleague I've ever worked with, one, that's disrespectful and I've knocked your confidence. If I say you are the worst I've ever seen, why are you here? Pack your bags. At some point you're going to even look and say, you know what, she's bullying me because of the choice of words. No, in the context of work, the argument would be there to say that, you know what, you are now being bullied. If every time you come to work, your colleague is looking at you and saying that you
Fear.
are this, you are pathetic, you are a loser, you're not good enough, you shouldn't be here. It's certain language that's used that you have to step back and say, you know what, maybe you want to take it easy and change your language, not necessarily change your message. Your message is your message. Everybody is entitled to their opinion, but it's the language. There's a fine line there, and it's the language that separates it. It's the language that change it from being professional to you just being completely irresponsible and disrespectful.
anyway, Crystal and Formula, we'll lose the team where we are here for. We're here for the Reggae Girls, not the Reggae
Yeah,
Boys.
true,
That
true,
is
true,
true.
true,
That
true.
is
And
true.
and that when we're
But
gonna go
the
talk
thing
about the
is,
Reggae Boys and
the
leave out
thing
the
is,
girls. 'Cause
I like the question because it's something that I've said to Formula that I'm concerned, and I've spoken to about the same very question with the topic of other people, that I don't want to see that energy being brought over to the women's side. So I still think that it's important for us to touch on it, because that toxicity for me is rife in the men's camp. It's
But
rife, and you
but
don't want that
Crystal,
culture in the women's
no,
camp.
the girls from listen, the men's camp was poisoned from the contract talks. The girls don't have any poisoning for them camp right now, and it's going to
yeah,
stay that way. You
the,
understand me? And that's my feeling from the moment of that contract talk and of that party shop business what go on
mm,
when them other talk about it, that the
mm.
whole team got poisoned from there, and it was downhill from there,
the
and it's still
But
going
the
downhill right
dynamics,
now.
the
mm,
Huh?
dynamics at play with the girls and the dynamics at play with the boys
Two
are
total different things.
different in my humble opinion. So I don't think the and you know, my boss made a brilliant point. The men's program, there was just a lot of foolishness that was taking place on the
Too
part
much.
of everybody involved. So it's like it was just, I think the criticism was fairly harsh.
I
Gavin,
I
I'm gonna take
think
it
that
personal, by the way.
the
yeah,
thing
I
is,
think that. Hold
carry
on,
on,
can I say
Mikey.
something?
No,
Yeah, I
carry
think
on.
that from the negotiation and what the captain said about the foreign born players, the whole thing was poison, both sides, poison it, both players and the JFF. And then the JFF go back now and pick 11 players to go play USA in wherever they played, Austria. The whole thing was to spite the players, and from there, it was only downhill they were going to go. They weren't going no up, no more up, just down. Hopefully, we can put this behind us when it comes to the boys. And 2026, let's hope the JFF and the players learn their lesson. And if they can follow the great example of the females, again, females are leading, they will see how the females carry themselves. You know, here no back, not like not going on in the background.
Yeah.
And everything looks like it's lovely. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
lovely, but I'm saying everything looks lovely.
At the very least, it looked like it's lovely. Yeah.
Yeah.
From when you see the girls, when you see the
Mm,
picture of the girls, they're all together. When you see the picture of the
Yeah.
boys, British man with British man,
Yeah. Yeah.
is the team is split in
Yeah.
two. So you can't be in a
Yeah.
team that is two teams.
mm.
You can't win.
To be fair, though, you know, my friend, to be fair, these girls, for the most part, have been playing together with each other and know each other for quite some time. You know,
Well,
a lot
but
of
the
the
first
UK-born players just came into the mix like a Grant, like an Antonio, and you could see as things progressed, the players were getting closer and closer, to be fair.
yes, but the problem is that it was poisoned from the negotiation from way back in April, when it was or March last year. That's where the whole thing went, because the goalkeeper shouldn't say what he said as a captain, because if you're leading the team and you're going to lead that team and the coach himself no want a foreign player or something to that effect, it's not gonna work. Because people coming in say, but the coach don't like me. Him not going to play me. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to play in that environment if I was a player.
The thing is, Mikey, and I think this is why I brought up Owen's comment, is that I don't know about your life formula, but I've seen that similar taste of negativity from the men's camp creeping into the women's game. I've
You
seen
think
it
so?
already. Yeah,
How?
I've
Where?
seen it
Where?
already on my platform when I'm covering the Reggae Girlz.
Yeah. I saw it.
I've seen that negative energy, and I'm just thinking like, what you have to do is and I can't speak for you because you're a separate content creator, but it's just about, I think, taking control of the narrative and not allowing certain things to be said, because Manning's even pointed it out. I think we might have been on, was it Manning's channel we were on? Or was it, I don't know if I was on Manning's channel or Manning said it on my channel.
No,
When
he was
Manning,
on your channel.
remember when Manning said, as a man, this is coming from a man, this is not something that me
No
and Manning
lie.
spoke.
No lie.
Hmm?
His channel.
On
It
his,
was his
you know
channel.
what I'm gonna say, don't
Yeah.
you? Manning said, I think I have to mute one of you. I'm getting like a feedback. Manning said that he said that he doesn't want people to sexualize the women's national team, and it speaks volumes, because what we're doing is we're trying to preempt the inevitable, because we know what our football fan base is like. And he would see things and he would hear things, and he said, please do not sexualize the women's national team. This was before match day 1. Manning said it. So I agree with Owen, because Owen probably see it somewhere else, but I know I've seen it on my platform. I don't want nobody to come over onto my platform and disrespect neither the men's team and definitely not the women's team, because they don't deserve it.
Crystal, also, to me, Vin Blaine is have a stronger personality than the previous coach. So he won't allow that to creep in. And remember, the JFF have less into the women team than they had into the male team. It's Marley team. It's not Ricketts team. Or, whatever. So the women team going to be, no. What any negativity going to get stopped at the door.
Yeah,
You understand?
you can be, don't get me wrong, you can be negative. Formula can come to me and be negative towards me, but it's how he says it. It's the delivery. It's all about the delivery. It's not, you always hear it all the time. people always say it's not what you say, it's how you're saying it. That's
I
all we're
I ha-
saying.
I'm saying this to you. Look at
Mm,
Brianna Williams. She was born in
yeah.
Florida. Me never hear nobody say she take somebody's spot on the relay team when
True.
they win the gold medal last year. Cause you had two other Jamaicans who were born in Jamaica, was on that team and didn't get to run in the finals.
I think the scenario with Brianna is a little bit different though.
Why it's different? It's the same. She's a foreign.
No,
She's not a Jamaican born.
no, it's different, and I'll tell you why. Many Jamaicans, many Jamaicans, many
Yeah.
Jamaicans have a lot of respect for the likes of Anthony Grant and Andre Gray because they
Right.
feel a connection to those players because even though those players were born in the UK, they can see that these players are very versed in our culture, and you can see by how they move, the things they say, the things they do, you can see that they're really and truly just they are, I mean, all of them are one of us. All of them are one of us, right?
Yes.
But they are more integrated in the culture, so Jamaicans more gravitate to them and will welcome them far quicker than they would others because automatically the connection is there because of how, like for instance, you saw Andre Gray coming out of the stadium with the speaker them a blast of Vibes Cartel, right?
Mm.
That sort of thing resonates more with Jamaicans. So I say Brianna is different because Brianna, really and truly, one, Brianna chose the harder choice. Brianna was better served representing the US than she was representing Jamaica. She was better served from a monetary standpoint, and she was better served in terms of it would have been easier, it would probably have been easier for her to make the women's American sprint team than it would be to make the Jamaican women's sprint team, right? So, despite the decision not being in her best interest financially and from a career standpoint, she still chose Jamaica. One, two, Brianna makes herself available. She always does interviews. She seems very versed in our culture. You see her on TV, I fling her shoulder. Seeing she see her doing the latest dance move. She's always in Jamaica, going out in Jamaica, partying in Jamaica. So when you say that you don't see people dealing with Brianna a certain way, it's something I always hear, and I don't agree with that comparison because it's just Brianna's situation is a totally different scenario, in my humble opinion.
Okay.
Do you
I get your point.
just to add to what you've said, Formula, do you not just put that down to a clear difference in culture, sporting culture? Because I think based off experience, the athletics culture, the athletics fan base
That's true.
is widely more accepting and more
Solid
soothing than
point.
football. Football
Solid
culture
point.
is rife. You will have historically speaking, I don't want to name the clubs. Historically speaking, you would have clubs in England, and we say that the Premier League is the best team in the league, and you would have clubs racially abusing their own players. So historically speaking, the football culture has always been rife, and it's always done damage to people's mental well-being. That's why we're saying that feel free to criticize anyone you want to criticize. Just know that you don't know a person personally, and even if you know them personally, you might not know the test of their mental strength, because they might just be having a bad day and you might just come along and push them over the edge, and you don't want that
True.
to happen.
True. But true. And you alluded to it earlier. By the way, that's a solid damn point with the difference in fan base. That's a solid, real solid point.
Yeah, because when I do stuff in athletics, the whole culture is just more relaxing.
The
It's
tone is
relaxing.
different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at times it makes me want to leave football. At times I'm like, you know what, I feel like I want to leave. No, seriously, because the culture is just you still get similarities in terms of barriers, but the culture is just different. Even the athletes are different. They're more approachable and so on. The higher up you go in football in terms of the prolific players, you get the gatekeepers, or you get the players with the huge ego. And in athletics, the culture from top to bottom is just different.
Yeah. I can't disagree with that. Can't disagree with that at all.
How about you,
Well, but
Mikey?
yeah, that I agree with that too. But me, I live here overseas. My daughter's a basketball player. Well, she graduated from college. She put down the ball. And if Jamaica had a team, and she should try out for that team, what? Then when I tell her that she's an American, and then you're going to have 6 Jamaicans on the team and 6 overseas players. So we have 2 separate teams and one team like what goes on with the male team.
The culture in basketball might be a little bit different as well, to be fair.
So it's just the football is a problem then. Cricket different too.
To be honest, I can't speak for cricket, even though I remember years ago, when named Brendan Nash.
Yes,
You
the
remember
Australian.
Brendan Nash, the Australian?
Yes, the Australian.
He was
Yes.
pretty accepted, to be fair. I mean, he was a good
Yes.
cricketer, but he was
His
pretty
father and
well
mother is
accepted.
Jamaican. His father and mother is Jamaican,
Mhm.
and he was born. Actually, she was pregnant with him in Jamaica, but he actually born in Australia. He was made in
Mhm.
Jamaica, but he was born in Australia.
Mhm. But
It was
he was
Mikey, you need to
manufactured in
print that on a
Jamaica.
shirt, Mikey.
He was manufactured in Jamaica, but produced in Australia.
Yes.
No, yeah, and
Yeah.
this person is right in terms of the treatment. The treatment in cricket is different. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that we as content creators, and this is something that I've mentioned on a number of occasions, like we need to take onus of what it really means to be the 12th man. And we can look across the board. We can look in Europe, we can look in England, we can look in the league, or we can look at Italy and pick up on stuff that we don't want to bring to our game. Similar behaviors that we don't want to bring into our game. I think that's like the message there. Like, how do we want to represent ourselves as the 12th man? Because one bad apple can spoil the whole lot. All it takes is 1 or 2 persons to say XYZ, and all of a sudden people say Jamaican football fans are this. If they're going to say that, then let it be for something positive.
You want something positive? I just want the JFF to get them girls and passport.
Yeah.
And I have nothing more to say about the JFF after that. They may be the greatest thing since sliced bread. And I'll be totally happy. And that is it. But if they get themselves, if they don't get those girls them passport, then the district constable for New Kingston must go put some big chain on them door and lock them out. Serious, because it's from October last year. These girls represent Jamaica. There's no way 4 months should pass and they don't have the passport.
Yeah.
I mean, even you put it on a ship, the ship can go to China and come back around the world and come back to Jamaica. They should have them pass. Even if it was that slow, they should have the passport. Because it would be a shame that we're going to go into the second round with these girls having played with these new girls. And knowing the JFF is the day before the game against Mexico, the girl going to come with her passport.
You've touched on something, Mikey. You've touched on something which basically what that tells me is looking ahead, there's going to be that inevitable chop and change, just like how you do with the male counterparts. The Reggae Girlz will find themselves chop and changing.
You can't win that way.
Because we've already started off. It's just a great thing that they have tremendous resilience where the women's team is concerned, because we've started off chop and changing again due to insanity where the Jamaican Football Federation is concerned. Because we've already done it. This was not our best placed team. It's not our best starting 11, not our strongest starting 11, not even close to it.
Also, I hope that when they add the 5 or 6 girls to the team, they keep the 29 girls together and don't just call 23. Because we're going to have COVID, we're going to have injuries.
Standby.
So if when you call in the team, you call a squad of 30, always the same 30. You're picking from that group that live together, play together, party together, and then you're going to have a team.
Yeah.
One team, one unit.
Yeah.
And that's the way we're going to beat Mexico and maybe challenge Canada if we in Canada group. The USA kind of tough, but we can challenge Canada. That's what I think.
What I'm going to do before
Canada
we go,
kind of tough to boss.
No, but them little bit softer than the US. Mexico beat them, Mexico beat them. You know that, right, Formula?
Mm-hmm.
Mexico just beat Canada a couple weeks ago, 2-1 in the women's game.
So is that a sign that Mexico is rising though?
That's a sign that Canada is getting softer.
The number 6 ranked team in the entire world.
Beatable.
That has always been one of the strongest contenders in women's football.
How I look at the Jamaica progress from my sister days coming to now. It was 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, 3. It's going to switch where it's going to be +1 for us. Time for the change.
You should know the rise like the back of your hand because you've been in the center of it all, like watching the development and the lack thereof, and then the growth of women's football for decades.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So I think that Canada is the team that we should try to take down first. I mean, we can't if we US try to take down US, we take them down too.
You know, you're saying something. You're saying something that Vin Blaine has already touched on. I think it was his first ever press conference where he said, I think he was talking about our defensive fragility in the game against USA. But he did say that, it's not as if you can't beat a USA. But obviously that comes with work, that comes with the tools being applied to you in advance and so on. So he is building. He wants to, from what I can see from Vin Blaine and the message that he's trying to deliver is that he's building for the future. He wants to be able to take down a country like the USA. And he said, on their off day, they can be beaten. But for you to capitalize on a USA off day, you have to be prepared.
And the only problem I see with this female team is the defense. And if we can correct the defense, we have the midfielders now. We have a good forward line. Just correct the defense. We have 2 good goalkeepers. Just a little correction in the defense. 1 or 2 pieces. And believe me, when we get to the World Cup, we won't be getting the 4s and the 5s. We'll be winning. We're going to the second round.
I'm glad that you touched on the defense because I think the defense were actually fair play. They weren't tested by Bermuda, but they were above any expectation going into that game.
If I was to do anything on that game, the left back was using our right foot too much.
Okay. I think with the
because she's a right footer, my boss.
I know that. That's why I see a problem with the defense.
yeah. In terms of
if you have the left side, you gotta use the left foot more.
Crystal, is the left back an issue for you in terms of availability of personnel?
No, Blackwood is sick. Blackwood is injured. That's her name, right? Blackman or
Blackwood. You're talking about from this game or from?
No, I mean in terms of this current squad and overall as well.
Overall, the girl
that's supposed to play rephrase. Are you talking about preferential choice, as in would I want her in the starting 11?
Man, I'm talking about the availability of real quality personnel.
Yeah, Blackwood. That's her name? Or Blackman? She's injured. The left
Blackwood. You're talking about Blackwood.
All right. So who else?
Are you talking about the game? I'm confused. Are you talking about the left back position? Or are you talking about the player who played in left back in the Bermuda game?
The left back position in terms of, because Sashana Campbell being played there, you could label a makeshift,
Yeah.
right? Because she's usually a right-sided player, right?
Yeah.
From what I know of. So what I'm saying is that generally speaking, overall in our women's national team, just like the right back was an issue for the men's team, the left back position, right, in terms of a solid starter and good depth, is that an issue? I'm asking.
I think depth. I think you've touched on it there. Depth. It's about
Mhm.
depth
Yeah.
coming into the squad. That's it. It's
Only
about
one.
depth.
They only have
So we
one
need
left back,
reinforcements.
Blackwood.
Mhm.
Because and again, this is why I'm giving like high praises to the defense for that game against Bermuda, because I think they performed above what anyone expected of them, being that it is essentially a makeshift defense. And coincidentally, all 4 goals came from the defense. The defense started off the attack for all 4 goals. So I thought, you know what, you've done outstandingly well, considering this is not a traditional back 4, and it's arguably our weakest side of the game. So I think they've done well given the circumstances. Not the traditional back 4, weakest part of our game, and also makeshift utilizing players. So they done well for me.
Crystal, I want to correct you. It wasn't a back 4 that played against Bermuda. It was a back 5. We didn't have a
No,
goalkeeper.
I'm just saying like the
I'm just
line, the
trying it.
line.
The goalkeeper was the additional 5 because she didn't really keep goal. She was playing the sweeper because she
I
spent
mean,
more time
if
in the center of the park more than in the area.
if you want to, she was good with her footwork. Spencer was good
Yes,
with her footwork. So if you want to
yes.
throw her into a back 5, you can. But the line in front of her, referring
I,
to. But I see why you
I
would
know,
call
I
it.
know, I know. I'm just
Why
being
you would.
cheeky.
Why I see no, because she and again that just goes to show, like, that just echoes the contribution from the defense. Because when I looked at the game, I was focused on the defense, and all 4 goals came from the work of the defense. The defense started off all 4 goals, and I was like, okay, fair play to each of you then, because that was
I,
the
I,
most worrying part of our game.
the goal that who scored uh Judy Carter was started by the goalkeeper. The second goal.
Right, all of them. Mikey, if you watch the
Mas-
game, because I'm making notes, every single
Yeah,
goal that we scored against Bermuda came from the
yeah,
defense. The defense engineered all 4 goals.
yes.
The all of
And
them.
also people don't realize that the girl that plays CDM, McCoy, she's a forward. She's makeshift.
Yeah, playing up in Scotland for Rangers. Again,
Yeah, she played
makeshift.
forward. She scored a lot of goals too. So
Makeshift.
Yeah,
Not in a
she's not a
natural.
makeshift.
midfielder. I think
No, but
many
she
were
played well.
surprised when she was in midfield. No, but that, you know what, that goes to show now. That goes that goes to show the technical ability of that particular player, Kayla McCoy. The mere
Hmm.
fact that yes, it was against lesser opposition, but she still did brilliantly in terms of controlling the game from a
Hmm.
midfield standpoint, and just looked very comfortable in midfield.
Mm-hmm.
That's a player that, I mean, she plays at a high level, yes, but that's a player that is very, very well technically versed, and has a good technical know-how of the game as well. That's a complete player. That's the direction the world is going in.
I think Vin Blaine's going to have a problem that he's going to enjoy because he's going to have loads of midfield and forwards that he can do a lot of stuff with. We have a lot of opportunity to change the team based on who they're playing. I don't know if Crystal can find a nice left back for us up there in England.
Is that a challenge? I can probably go and do some scouting for you, Mikey.
Yes, because we need a solid left back that
Yeah, we
use
need to
left
boost
foot.
our defense, no doubt.
Yes, or we can find if I can find one up here in the college program, but we need or find one in Jamaica. We need to find a solid left back because you cannot
Formula
we
need to
cannot
take Jamaica because he's
yes
living there, unlike us.
yes because I remember that what's her name, Campbell, that's her name, was playing left back. She went down the wing to try and square the ball, and she couldn't do it because her left foot wasn't as strong as her right,
She did
and
well
that's a
though.
problem. Yeah, she
To
did
be
well.
fair,
I'm not. Huh?
to Sashanya though, she's not currently playing.
Not at all.
So
Oh, okay.
she forgive her. Look, I'm not saying that she can do a job for us at left back. That still remains to be seen. But I wouldn't knock her too hard for Sunday's
Okay.
game
I'm not
because
knocking her, but I'm just saying,
yeah.
I just point out what I saw. I saw deficient. I just saw where the problem
looked
was on the
rusty.
defensive line.
You
She
know
looked
what's
rusty.
funny? I think it just tells us that, in fairness, they played well to the point where we have to find the slightest bit of blip to bring up to highlight to say, actually, you need to work on that foot that you have because that's not your strongest foot. So I think that just echoes the praises for the girls because we really and truly can't even fault them largely.
And they need to play a
Van
little faster.
Zanten needs to time her runs better. Van
Oh, okay.
Zanten needs to
Okay.
time her runs better. Since we're looking at little trivialities, lively
No,
player,
so you
very
try.
good
I see you
prospect.
go at me now.
No, I'm being real.
Listen,
No, you know why
I
I'm
know
saying no? Because
the offside. The offside.
and there were a couple of occasions where she kind of like run left the ball, so to speak. Like it was a good weighted pass, but she
Yeah.
was just a little bit too ahead of it. She need to. I mean, it's her debut, but she need to
Nervousness.
calm down.
First game. Nervousness.
Yeah,
I remember,
yeah.
when as a young lady, I
Good
think she's
prospect,
19 or
though.
20. She's 19 or 20.
Good
And
prospect.
you remember, you have Khadija Shah, Manchester City. It's a big difference when you play with your college teammates than when you go to
Yeah,
somebody who's a big
fair.
pro, maybe one of the top best strikers, one of the top 10 strikers in the world.
Top 5
You
probably.
feel overwhelmed, huh?
Yeah, top 5 probably.
Yeah, I was a top 10 because I haven't watched all the women play, so I went to the top 10.
But my boss, France, the
Mm.
French league, the French league is one of the top leagues, if not like it's right up there. Definitely probably a top 5, top 3 league. And the way how she deal with that, me now have to
She
see the
matched
rest
that
of
up.
other girls play. Me know. She's a
So,
top 5 striker.
As a 20-year-old running against a world-class player or on the field with this player that you have to pass the ball to, or you feel kind of you want to do everything right, and you want to impress. Plus, her family was in the stadium. You saw the interview that she did, I think, with one of the bloggers. Her family, her uncles, her mother, and her father was in the stadium.
Mikey, I want to stop you
Yeah.
there. I want to reiterate, basically, just to echo what you've said. And this is why I said that we have to check ourselves as the 12th man with the language we use on these players. Because when I watched the game, I was in Jamaica for the Jamaica versus USA game. And you had Leon Bailey's family sat in front of me. So Leon Bailey's partner, his son, his mom, and someone else. And to the left of me, there was somebody that was verbally abusing Leon. And I'm thinking, Leon might not hear that, but his family might. And I'm thinking, if I can hear it, I'm sure his family can hear it. That's why I'm saying that we have to check our surroundings. Obviously, you can't police people's comments, but you can pull up people and say, look, change your narrative. It's a collective effort at the end of the day. But if we continue to let things slide, then it's just going to be ingrained in our culture that we're just a disrespectful fan base.
Yeah.
But
like for Leon Bailey, his dad, Craig, I used to coach him.
Really?
When he was a 13-year-old. Yes. He played for Midfield.
No, hold on. Oh, you look like a spring chicken and you're telling us you used to coach Leon Bailey's dad.
Yes. He played for
Okay,
Midfield
well,
under
when
13.
this live finish, you
I
can
think-
send me in formula your formula, because clearly you have a youthful formula that we need.
I think you are aging yourself now, boss.
Yes, I in high school 79, so that's a long time ago.
How?
When he was at JC?
No, man, we got the best school in the world, man. Ramalak, Calabar.
Mikey, you're trolling us. There's no way
he was a student at JC at that time.
Yeah, when he was in first form and second form, yeah. Okay, David Hunt. You hear Craig talk about David Hunt. Wagga Hunt. Yeah. Yeah, I used to help Wagga coach under 13 team that went to Miami and won a lot of trophies.
I don't understand how well you take care of yourself, so whatever your secret is, continue.
Matter of fact, if you talk to Craig, ask Craig about my sister, because my sister used to carry the ball and beat him all the time. They used to play together. They're the same
But
age.
you look younger than Craig. You know, seriously. No, seriously. Seriously.
No. Craig is about, I tell you, Craig is about 7 years younger than me. He's the same age as my sister.
Wow.
They used to train together down at Meadowbrook Field.
Wow.
I will give you a joke. A lot of people in my community didn't know my sister was a girl until she went to high school. Because she played football like the boys. And she always wear a hat and put her ponytail in the hat. So you would, and she always wear sweat bottoms, so you wouldn't know that she was a girl.
Yeah.
And Craig used to be our training partner. Well, then I talk to Craig, Formula, ask him about Ballin. He may tell you.
I can't believe this. This is an interesting story. Someone asked earlier on.
To this day?
Huh?
You link with him to this day?
Yeah, well, I hear him up sometime on the chat. I was in Jamaica when Jamaica played Cayman in the, what they call it now, the national, what they call that league now they play now? What they went play, Jamaica went play next after the World Cup qualifier. What they call it again? Nations League.
Nation League.
That was 2 years ago. We were in the stadium together, National Stadium together. Me and was talking. Yeah. I would get together and we talk sometime, happy Merry Christmas, so and so. Yeah.
Can't believe you used to coach Craig Butler. Wow. That's quite a story.
I was the assistant coach. Sorry. Now I want to say I was the coach. I was the assistant coach. Because David was the coach.
Even so, that's
you used to coach him still.
You're still coaching him.
So
basically, you have some credit. He has to give you some credit then for his success.
You mean Bullet?
Yeah, where coaching is concerned.
Boy, him was a rough. Was a lot of heart. There's nothing that he wouldn't do on the field. Anything else to do? That's correct. That's why he's the way he is. He's 100% all the time.
Tell us something we don't know.
Okay, 100% all the time.
Formula.
Craig is your friend. If Craig is your friend, he's your friend. And if you touch him the wrong way, you're going to know. No, you're going to know. He will let you know that you touch him the wrong way.
Yeah, interesting. Someone asked in the comments section, guys, we've got about Formula is never going to come back on my channel because I told him I wanted 30 minutes and guys, it's almost 4 hours.
No, I'm good.
Sorry, Formula.
Good company.
Good company. I told him I love collaborating with him because we bounce off each other. It's perfect collaboration.
This is a new triangle. London, New York, Jamaica.
I love it. I can't come. It's educated people. I love them the most. Love educated people. Someone asked in the comment section what time does the game kick off? I think it depends on where you're based. I'm based in London.
Eastern.
Yeah. So mine is 9 o'clock if you're based in the UK.
I think it's 3:45.
3:45?
Or it's 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, sorry. 4 o'clock Jamaica time or US time, Eastern Seaboard.
Yeah,
you're 5 hours ahead.
Yeah, I'm 5 hours ahead. So keep an eye on that. Before we all go, guys, I don't want to forget my manners. Thank you to everyone in the comment sections for staying with us for almost 3 hours and 30 minutes. The final part, guys, Formula and Mikey probably won't like this part. It's going to be some predictions for the final part. And I want some predictions from you in the comment section. I think do I need to bring up that team sheet from the last game? You guys want to have a look at that team sheet from the last game?
No.
It's in my head. It's in my head.
It won't be the same team playing tomorrow. I think
that's why I wanted to ask you who's coming in, who you dropping and who's coming in.
What's her name? She didn't play the last game. The left winger, very fast from Canada. Can't remember all of them names.
Cameron.
Tiffany
Cameron. Okay.
Yeah, I think the number 5 may start tomorrow too.
Who's the number 5?
Michaela Days.
Oh, okay.
Michaela Day, she looked very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
She may start tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if Trudy don't start tomorrow. And Michaela Day start instead of her.
Trudy Carter?
No, man.
Yeah, because he wants to see everybody,
this.
You remember, this is us practicing. It's like practice games. He needs to see them in a match situation. So, okay, he used 16 girls on Thursday. So you have 7 that didn't, counting the 2 other goalkeepers, you have 5 outfielders that didn't play.
Fair point.
Those 5 have to get in the game, or those 5 have to get in the game tomorrow. So some of them have to start. That's the only way you can assess them, by them playing in a match situation. Practice is different from match situation. So maybe 2 or 3 of them that didn't start is going to start. They didn't see the field at all on Thursday. They're going to see the field starting tomorrow.
Do you think that it's wise to drop Trudy though?
No,
bear in mind.
it could. I think the only person that's not going to come out, not going to get dropped is the captain. I mean, everybody, he wants to see the players. Basically, you remember they had 6 more girls coming, hopefully the next window. So you have to see what these girls can give you that you have now. They being on the bench, you can't see anything.
Yeah, and you're also gonna have some tired legs there as well.
Exactly.
I think you can. Yeah, I think this one should probably come down to man management, because what you don't want to do is, obviously you want a heavy score line. You want Jamaica to put an extra nail in Grenada's coffin, but at the same time you don't want to disrupt that rhythm that you saw towards the latter stage of that final 45 against Bermuda. That's not me discrediting or not believing in the players that could be utilized. I think from what we saw substitution wise, it was like for like. And naturally, based off how Sade wobbled off, I don't think she's going to start. So I think that place is up for taking.
Right. And the right back also may not start because Midfield is a little.
Exactly. Dominic Bond-Flasza, she went off looking a little bit shaky as well. So that's already 2 positions.
And then Snyder may start. The goalkeeper.
Schneider might start.
So there's 3 changes already there. Like I said, there's going to be about 3 changes maybe. 3 changes or 4.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter which 11 Jamaica start. It's still a baker's dozen. I'll give him a score.
Yeah. I think he's going to keep Trudy. I think Trudy is going to start. Yeah, I think to build on that momentum there, you can, because no disrespect to Grenada, but we should be, even with tired legs, we should be able to give almost a similar and near
score.
Similar starting 11 from the Bermuda game and still run them into the ground. What are you guys going with on the panel? What are you guys going with your final score?
Okay. My final score would be, because Bermuda scored 4 on today and they scored 9 the day before, that's 13. So we need to score at least 10. So we have a better goal difference than them. So anything over 10, I will take. Anything less than 10, not good.
Okay.
I think I will go with 7. I'll go with 7-0.
7-0?
I'll go with 7-0.
Why 7?
I mean, it's
unless it rains.
It's what?
If it rains, they may get 7.
If
Mikey said if them lucky, they might get 7.
Well, for starters, we have to remember that the game is being played in Grenada. That's one. Second of all, when was the last time the Grenadian team played? In terms of before the Dominican Republic game.
Formula. But tell you
So,
the PE teacher I'm a player.
All right, 8-0. 8-0.
Listen, I have nothing against. Listen, nothing wrong with PE teachers. I just want everybody to get that clear. They're teachers. That is good. But to me, I went with the team that I saw play against DR. If Jamaica don't give them at least 10, we have to go do something about the girl. If them need to maybe get some dumpling or something, or some macaroni and saltfish or some Jamaican stuff. You
Some
understand
hard
me?
food.
Yes, because I am telling you, from the first time them walk on the field, I say Khadijah Shah. That is 4 goals right before the ball kick off. That is 4 goals right there. So them said, gee, Manchester City are such a big. That's the first thing them going to say. And that's intimidation right
Ah.
there.
Yeah. Lining up for autographs. No,
Yes.
seriously,
You remember
they'll be lining up for autographs.
Crystal, give you remember with what the guy named that when we play against Argentina and run for Messi autograph or Jamaican player name again?
Is
You
it
remember that?
Deshaun?
Deshaun
Deshaun
Brown.
Brown. What an
Yo,
embarrassing
this
thing.
brother did have the phone on the field with him. We convinced him to have the phone in himself. But say, as the whistle blew, as we
Someone
blow
run
the
back.
whistle, the very next shot, was Deshaun Brown with attacker self with Messi, Richard. Yo, man, say, what a brother
That's
now have no shame.
Well, it's embarrassing, man. So that's what the
Well,
Grenada girls, I think, going to be lined up to do with Khadijah.
yeah. I can see them being starstruck, definitely, because, like you
Yes.
said, she plays for Manchester City, so naturally she's the prolific player in the team. She's also the captain, so they're going to be starstruck, no doubt.
I tell you a game plan that Vin Bain can use. Just put Khadijah out on the left side, and 3 girls going to be out there with her, and then you have the whole in the middle of the field for yourself.
You really make Grenada sound like them just now have nothing name sense.
No, but that's what. Birmingham practically do almost the same thing, Every time Khadijah pick up the ball, you have 2 or 3 girls on her. Am I lying?
Yeah, she draws players with her, yeah.
Exactly. So just play her wide, and she went just run wide, and 3 girls going to go with her, and you have the whole in the middle of the field to yourself. You're on the goal, you're alone. You understand? That's it.
I cannot
Sorry, but
wait. I
no,
cannot
sorry.
wait.
If the sorry, for any Grenadian listening in the chat, I'm not trying to put down your team. I'm just telling you what I think is going to happen. And if Grenada score 1 goal, when Glenn Baines the team in the next break, they must run the stadium track 100 times. I'm serious.
Agreed.
I'm serious. Listen.
All right, guys. Before we go, let's end on this one. I've got about 4 more minutes left with you all.
Okay.
To take it to 35. I don't want to go, but it's like 3 minutes to 3 in the morning, and I
You're
want
burning night
Formula
oil.
and yourself to come back. So I don't want to take liberties with your time. So sorry, guys, that we've completely overrun. Especially to Formula, because I did say only 30 minutes to 1 hour. So I'm so sorry, Formula.
Enjoy
I'm
himself,
good.
man.
I've enjoyed the discussion, man.
Next time I'm in Jamaica, I definitely have to take you out for lunch, just to make up for just taking your time.
And Crystal,
you know what? On
if you ever-
second thought, Crystal,
you
you
ever-
really do me an injustice in a Crystal. You said
When?
only half an hour. 3 hours later, Crystal. A whole heap of lunch, a whole heap of food you have to buy me in a Crystal.
you can't
Make
with
up for
Elsha.
this, you know.
Do you
Can't
like
go
Chinese food?
No.
You don't like Chinese food? I found one of the best Chinese spots in Jamaica. I would
Where
have
is
said
that?
I'll take you there.
Where is that?
It's in Constant Spring. Beautiful Chinese restaurant. I swear to you, the food expensive.
Constant Spring. Where is it? We're on Constant Spring. On Constant Spring Road?
Yeah, it's near you know where, how do I describe this? You know where the Domino's is? You know, they got the shopping center. You want to call it shopping center?
You mean in
You
Manapa?
mean a new shopping center?
The new shopping center, the one that
The
looks
one near
like
the tax office. The one near the tax office.
I'm not sure if it's near the tax office,
yeah.
but it's near the
Or
it's
near
near the
Immaculate.
Scotia Bank. It's close
Near
to the Scotia
Immaculate.
Bank.
Yes,
Near
yeah.
Immaculate.
That's the
You know
same
what I'm
one.
talking
Yes, near
about?
Immaculate.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't know there was a Chinese restaurant in there. I didn't know that.
Listen, you have the Domino's at the bottom and you have the Chinese at the top. Chinese,
Mhm.
nice. Nice, really,
Yeah,
really nice.
get
Mr.
them 100 more customers. They should give you some advertising money.
Yeah, their food's spot on. Okay, formula. In the meantime, I'm usually in Jamaica every year, so you have the rest of until pretty much mid or the end of the year to tell me where's your favorite spot to eat. Crabs? You like crabs or seafood?
No, not really.
What?
No,
The, on-
to
the
be
only
honest
sea,
with you, I've never even eaten crab. To be honest with you,
You're lying. So
never
what you
eaten
do when
crab.
there's crab season?
Don't eat crabs.
No, formula. Come
Let me
on.
tell you. Let me tell you.
Too much crab
Alright, let
around
me tell
Jamaica
you
and you
why.
can't pick up a cup of crab.
I had a negative experience one time with
okay.
crabs
Okay,
when I was a child.
fair
In
enough.
terms of disturbing. So
Okay,
Yeah. So
fair enough.
family, you and me in the same boat. I can't eat crab, lobster, or shrimp.
Wow.
No, it just make me
Well,
feel kind of nauseous, so I just stay away from them. When it comes to
well,
fish now, I can manage fish.
I love seafood. Lobster, I love lobster, but the price for lobster is disrespectful. You can tell lobster is a bougie seafood because it costs an arm. No, it's very bougie. The prices are
yeah.
rude. Everywhere
Yes,
you go,
Yeah.
Jamaica, England, the price is disrespectful. But I love
yes.
lobster, but the prices, they need to relax with their prices. But I'll leave that one with formula to say, yeah, I've taken so much of your time, so at least I owe you like lunch or dinner, something. Definitely.
A
I'll leave
lot
that
of you
one with
owe
you.
me a couple lunches, Crystal.
I
Couple
don't mind.
lunches.
Tally them up. Send me an invoice.
I'm
Send me
playing.
not even an invoice.
I
Lunch.
try to get some lunches out of you, Crystal.
You probably would have had a lunch last time I was in Jamaica, but I was disappointed to know that you weren't at the office. You weren't at the National Stadium. So you was one of the vloggers that I was looking forward to meeting. So that was disappointing.
Well, if the Reggae Girls get to Australia, I should say when they get to Australia.
That better come. I just see that click you off on my
Sorry,
channel.
sorry. Hopefully I can get there because I want to go see what Australia look like down under. Me and my mates. I'd get some shrimp some fish on the Barbie.
Jamaican football fans are the best. We're already planning for Australia and New Zealand, and we're at the
Well,
first
was
hurdle.
a plan for Qatar, but the ship sink. So the ship sink before it reach. So we have a plan for somewhere else.
Never even get out of Kingston Harbour, eh?
No, it's like no reach Kingston Harbour, I sink on the way. Matter of fact, it sink before it start move.
No, this is funny. I love the belief that we have for the Reggae Girls. Some people are making some Owen is saying 2 patty and a meal deal.
I do like cheese patties, you know. I do like cheese patties. So
I think
that
Owen,
honestly
don't
wouldn't
do
be
my
bad,
boy
to
like
be
that.
honest.
He's worth more than a patty meal deal. Come on,
Like,
Owen.
like let's say over here in the States, they say, baby, I'm going to take you out to get you steak and potatoes. You know them I carry you? McDonald's.
No, I'm in tears. No, this funny.
Think you go posh restaurant. McDonald's.
Listen, it's even worse when
God.
beggars can't be choosers. If you're hungry and somebody's offering you McDonald's, you better settle for the McDonald's. Enjoy the McDonald's, you know. But somebody said farming are not vaccinated. You seem to know more about formula than myself. I said formula. Does that mean I shouldn't go near him?
It's nice to end on some laughter, though. This is fun.
Yeah. Mikey, I hope this isn't the last time. I've definitely enjoyed having you on my stream. And I never came across your name before. So
Of
it's
course,
nice to
because
meet
track
you.
back in stream, I always sending I usually just do the what do you call that? The typing stuff.
Really? With this same
Yes.
name?
Yes. I typed in even earlier. I was thinking one of the first, no, not the first one, but earlier before I came on.
Okay.
Yeah. I recognize. I
I
thought you came on to address what you were typing about.
yes,
Okay. I completely
and I
missed it
I I
then.
I, I am a subscriber to everyone because I like to support our people,
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
and because the only way we can move forward is by one hand pulling the other one up
Yeah.
and
That's
stop
true.
trying to tear each other down.
That's true. That's
You
definitely
know, what I
true.
mean, I
That's
mean, everybody, and what I like
Especially
about
young
you
people with
bloggers,
businesses.
what I like about you
Mhm.
bloggers is you support each other. You don't behave like it's a competition.
Can't.
You say,
Yeah.
go on this person channel, go on this, check this person channel, which is great, you know,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and that's what I like. So I come on your, I've been on Max, that's his name, the guy in Belgium, I can't remember his name,
Oh,
There's a
IMAX.
guy in
IMAX is
Belgium.
IMAX,
JD. Yeah, man.
JD,
IMAX is
JD,
JD.
Oh, he's in Belgium.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
hmm
Oh,
I've been
I
on
never
his
knew that
couple of times,
he's in Belgium. I never knew that. Interesting. So yeah,
yeah,
they were basically based all over the diaspora, but
right. I mean, we
um
are anywhere we are. Let them say. There's a song about what? Anyway, they are always a Jamaican.
yeah, there
I
is.
mean, we're all
There is.
Jamaicans, whether it's our
There is.
grandparents, our great
True.
grandparents.
True.
Believe me,
Yeah.
if you here, I go to somebody's home and the grandparents are Jamaican, and you would know that they have Jamaican heritage because you see the way the house is, the
Yeah.
food they eat, the way they operate,
Mm-hmm.
the culture. It hand down. It hand down. You see,
Uh,
even those British born players say, we eat the same food you eat because that's what they grew up on. Yam,
yeah.
banana,
Yeah.
dasheen.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
You're
what they grew up on.
100% right. You're
The only
100%
difference is
right.
that them born somewhere else. So instead of let's call in England, let's call England a parish, US a parish, Canada a parish. So Jamaica now have 17 parishes instead of 14. The best way to do it. A life formula.
I love that. I love that.
17 parish
Makes
we have.
sense. Makes sense. Makes
17
sense.
parish. And stop with
Mikey,
this.
Yeah.
I might take that from you from now on.
17 parish we have. So stop with this British born and this foolishness. Like I said, like the
Yeah.
man,
To be
Mr.
honest with
Nash,
you, I
he was,
don't like it.
No,
eh?
it's distasteful.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I
Listen,
don't like it and engaging in it.
yes.
Mm,
And just like Palm, say, Mr. Nash was produced in Jamaica. That's all.
yeah.
Wait, say. With Brenton Nash. Wait, say about he was what? Produced in Jamaica and was in Australia.
Manufactured in Jamaica,
In
but produced
Jamaica,
in
produced in
Australia.
Australia. The only difference is those people were four parents were produced in Jamaica, manufactured in Jamaica, but them all them end results were produced in overseas. In one of the 17 parishes of Jamaica.
Just
We
saw
have
something
17
here.
parishes.
I'm gonna take that. I am 100% going to take that from you. I'm going to be
Yes.
adapting that. I think aside from there's so many people in the YouTube space who does that incredibly well, like Formula to name someone. Ryan as well. Ryan does that incredibly well in terms of sincere supporting our fellow YouTubers, and it's all spread across the board really.
Yeah.
Wherever you look, there's always somebody like willing to support you.
Or next thing, Crystal, if you don't want to say parish, you can say Jamaica have 6 counties. Cornwall, Middlesex, Surrey, Canada, England, and USA.
That suit me, bearing in mind that
Easier.
I'm in
Easier.
England.
Huh?
So that suits me beautifully. Even the names, people probably think I'm talking about Middlesbrough in England, not knowing that that's not the case. I did not know this, Warren. So please do extend my thank you. Definitely appreciate that. Thank you. Please tell him thank you. This is who you guys said is based in Belgium, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
JB.
tell him thank you for that. I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, man. So, Crystal, believe me, it was nice talking to you.
It was wonderful speaking to you. Love it.
And
I
I will
might
catch
when I
up with you.
come.
You having a
Where in
show
the
tomorrow?
States you based? Yeah, I've got a live watch
Uh,
along tomorrow.
I'm gonna stay like always stayed up here. I'm in the Boogie Down Bronx.
The I was in the Bronx in 2017.
Yes,
If I'm
but
ever in the
it's not.
Bronx again,
Yeah, it's not the Bronx, it's the Boogie Down Bronx.
So which one is the Boogie Down Bronx?
Same Bronx, but if you live in the Bronx, you said the Boogie Down Bronx.
Okay, the Boogie Down Bronx. All right. Next time I'm in
Yes,
the
man.
Boogie Down Bronx, I'll hit you up. Yeah, we can like meet in person and grab something to eat. Definitely
Yeah,
have to
man.
do that with Formula.
Yeah, man. I'm family. When I come Jamaica, I spend usually a month in Jamaica in the summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so up in Havendale there, Mid-Haven. Can't leave up my town, leave up my little area.
You have to latch on to him from quick, because he has some innovative ideas, and when
Yes, man.
Formula bust me like kite and rich and switch, me feel sorry for someone, because
That's a family upon no YouTube no more. That's upon family too.
you can't even get through to him. You have to speak to his publicist, his agent, his representative. So me feel sorry for someone who no stay there. No, what
Family,
like a strike.
family soon bust out then.
Boss like kite.
Apparently so.
Yeah. Watch. Mark my words.
Family,
Mark
do me a
my
favor,
words.
run for the president of GF, run for GFF presidency.
No, so me no want the problem for my head.
Start a club and run for it.
No, so me-
I'd love if
Start
my
a
friend,
club.
I love if my friend Craig Butler become the president of the GFF.
You probably does he even have any well, yeah, I think someone said he does have interest
But
in being
yeah,
president.
but I
No, I
don't think
don't
he has
think
interest in
anymore.
it.
Not
Nothing.
anymore.
I
Oh,
don't.
not no more. Okay.
You see, let me explain something to you guys. You see, I don't know if you know of David Hunt, right? Formula,
I know of the name. Yeah.
right? David Hunt is called what? He was a coach, national under 17 team back in the 2000s, but before he passed away. And when you grow up when you play football or you've been around David Hunt, I see this man playing a minor league final, and the goalkeeper, who is one of the best under 17 goalkeeper in the country, misbehaved the practice before the game. The other goalkeeper can have a sharp keep, and him bench the goalkeeper because of discipline, and him lose the finals. Him say if you're not disciplined, you don't deserve to win. No matter at all costs, discipline is the key to all successful teams and coaches. He must teach a young man a lesson. Butler is a cutter for Mr. Hunt sleeve. Discipline. You hear him talk about him kids, them all them discipline and him this and that. Discipline is the key. That's why some of the Jamaican players was misbehaving on the field. I come on this thing and I say it. Who shouldn't come on the team again because of indiscipline? You have to have discipline, and the girls them discipline. I haven't seen anybody acting out on the field.
Yeah.
To my knowledge.
They are disciplined.
So therefore,
Valid point.
sorry to bring this up, but at the end of the show, but the men team was a disaster. The male team, the whole thing.
Egos and stuff, yeah.
Man who not
Women
take free
do
kick,
have
take
that.
free kick. Man who son take free kick, take free kick. Man who a flash off coach. Man at all, it was so, Sorry, but
Everyone just
But-
doing their own thing.
yeah, Craig Butler. I know I'm not going to run because them not gonna like him if I'm run. 'Cause I'm going to be a dictator, and sometimes leadership is dictatorship, and so that is it. But that Corey, if I run into him when I come to Jamaica or talk to him anytime soon, I'll encourage him to try and see. I think you have to be a member of a club, right? To run. You can't be just be an individual and run for the presidency, right?
I need you to actually find that out for me,
In
Mikey.
the
'cause
Jamaican society, apparently so.
Yeah.
In
Repeat
the
that.
Jamaican sphere, apparently so.
You have to be a member of a club, right? Is that correct?
Apparently so.
But
So,
Mikey,
yeah.
as a coach, is that not conflict of interest?
No, he's the president. He's the president of Phoenix Club.
No. Okay, but
No, she's talking about you having to be associated with a club to get to become the president.
I
She's
think so,
asking
right?
if that's not a conflict.
No, because
You don't think so?
No, because I think Mr. Ricketts was he one a club running a club in Clarendon or something like that?
Yeah, but is it right though? Is it right
No,
from a
no, it shouldn't be right. No, that's why it should. I, no, because not the best. Let me see now. Like even in politics, not the best ministers make the best finance minister. Not because you're a minister, I mean you're good at something. You may be a good talker, and so you can talk people to vote for you, but that doesn't mean you're a good finance minister, a good security minister. You know what I mean? I think a businessman must be running. When you have a business like a JFF is a business. I know them says a non for profit, but it's a business. You need a business-minded person to be the president.
Mm.
And when you have a business-minded person, you know how to market the thing. It's like Chris, what's his name? Darren, they run Darren, they run the West Indies World Cup cricket. A man like that, you should even ask him to run the JFF for 4 years to put them straight. You know what I'm talking about, Chris Darren. You know what I'm talking about, family, right?
Yeah, man. He was in charge of the '07 World Cup.
Exactly. They should even give him a chance. Even ask
Darren
him.
Bunting and Golding.
Exactly. But yeah, I'm talking about Darren.
Yeah,
They should even
man.
ask
I
Mr.
just
Darren.
making a reference, yeah.
Yeah. They should ask Mr. Darren, because he's not in politics, to just give Mr. Darren take 4 years and see what he can do for it. But again, I still prefer a female to be the, and I can't think of a female name because I don't live in Jamaica to run this thing. And I don't know if any females are members of any clubs in Jamaica that can run for president. You know, that's what I think.
That's
I'm
that's
tired of
an
man
up
them now. Tired
that's
of
an
man
up.
them now.
Well, at least we have some women's football to look forward to. And just to remind you all, I'll be doing a live watch along tomorrow. My co-host and panelist Formula will also be doing a watch along tomorrow, so you can check him out on his channel at the Formula Sportz. If you're not familiar with his content, when you go over there, do hit the like button on his
Yeah, man.
latest video.
And like I said, I subscribe to everybody, so I get the bell when everybody is on. I'm a
Running it
total
up.
supporter of Jamaican products.
I love
Jamaican,
that.
in 100% Jamaican. I live here this year, make 40 years now. So,
Yeah.
and people still say, "Boy, Mike, you don't leave out Jamaica,"
Yeah. Ingrained in
because
you.
oh yeah, I mean, Medieval no longer exists, but I don't have a club now to support. But um, but I'm still a Jamaican, 100%. Now, hear what? Do I sound like an American to you?
No, I think it, it
Exactly.
and being Jamaican as well, aside from the accent, always practicing to speak Patois as well. Because I think when you're outside of Jamaica, once you forget how to speak Patois, that's it. It's not coming back. I don't know how that
And
makes sense, but it's not coming back. But also, it's how you carry yourself. Are you going to
and
be in a room?
I feel it should make patois the national language of Jamaica. 'Cause that is
A
ours.
100%.
That is
Because
ours.
it's one of those language that people try to speak outside of Jamaica, and they have
And
no roots to Jamaica and they can't speak it.
right, and some people feel that the Queen's English should be the Jamaican language. No, that's not our
No,
language.
no, no,
Our
no, no,
language
no,
is
no, no,
patois.
no, no, no,
Every
no.
Jamaican can speak patois. Not every Jamaican can speak the Queen's English.
I went to the majority of my school years in England, and I had people pretending to be Jamaican. I never one day hear somebody pretend to be English. Nobody gonna pretend to be English, but I see people pretending as if they're Jamaicans. Don't have no roots to Jamaica, never been to Jamaica, but apparently they're Jamaican just because of our influence, our culture.
Yeah. My nephew up in Canada. If you hear him speak, you think him born somewhere in some woods in a Jamaica. Sometimes I can't understand him. Yeah, more Jamaican than Jamaican. You know what I mean?
So, guys, I got 1 minute remaining. I just want to echo my thank you again for the Formula Sportz. Formula, I'm begging you, don't use this against me. It was completely unplanned. Please do come back onto my platform. Mikey as well, an absolute pleasure meeting you, Mikey. I hope you'll come back on my
Yeah,
platform
man.
as well.
As
CC
long as I'm
Sports
not
as well.
busy.
CC
Eh?
Sports as well. That was the first time I met CC Sports. So thank you
Yes.
for stopping by the channel, and I hope more of you will find the courage to hit that invite button, hit that link that I usually put in the comment section and join me. It would be nice to put some faces to your names. And to the guys in the
Before you go,
comment
Crystal,
section.
before you go, you didn't tell me your score.
My score, good question, Dad. My score, I want a 10-0. I want a 10-0.
All right, now we are talking. All right.
Yeah, I want
10
a
is the number.
10-0. A 10-0
Farmer can
or
keep
even
female. Farmer can keep female.
or, or even more than that. They need
Because it doesn't sound good. 13.
if Dominican Republic can beat them 9-0, Jamaica supposed to can do one better, if not put not just one extra hole in their coffin, nail up the rest of their coffin and bury them completely tomorrow. So
You
that's
see-
what I want.
You see, if we beat them a big beating, Dominican Republic start to shake before we play them.
Fred, yeah, I want a
That is
ridiculous scoreline.
Intimidation.
I
Huh?
even want to
Yes.
say 14-0 because that's what I want. I just want us to go out there and completely
No.
dismantle them.
A friend of mine told me that it's going to be 20. I told him, no, we can't do that to Grenada. No, that is embarrassing.
Why?
No. Because after a while, you have to give them a break. You
No,
can't. To me,
no, sir.
you don't want. What is the formula?
No, sir. I'm going to bring up something before I go.
Formula, I think if Jamaica get a chance to give them 20, they should give them 20.
Definitely. I mean,
That's
that
rough, boss.
no, I mean that's footballing culture to respect your opponent, and I know in America it seems disrespectful. It's called running up the
Yes.
score in American sporting culture, but in footballing sporting culture, you know, that's how you respect your opponent. You show them the respect and play hard till, you know, the final minute.
You know what, guys? I don't like using England as an example. But to just to chime in onto what Mikey said, if ever Jamaica would look at England, I know you're saying that maybe after a certain while we should ease upon Grenada. But if the opportunity is there to beat Grenada disrespectfully, Jamaica need to do something like this. Let me show you guys. So yes, I say I want a 10-0, a 14-0. But if Jamaica can go and do this, you can see that, right?
Yes, 20. That's 20, right?
That's 20, England.
Yeah.
England didn't give them, look, hat-trick. England,
who's
that
that?
is
Who they
even
play?
hat-trick. That's 4 goals. That's Lauren Hemp. 4 goals,
No,
hat-trick.
Who they play? Who they play?
Latvia,
20?
20. What does that say? FIFA Women's World Cup UEFA qualifiers.
Wow, that's rough.
Whoa, wait, Crystal, is that 64 shots? Hold on.
Rough.
Hold on.
Hold on.
That's almost
So-
that's a shot every 1.3 minutes, you know. Scroll down
Good
on the
Listen.
statistics.
31 shots
You
on
can't
target.
scroll it up, Crystal.
Let me see. Hold on, may I come?
Yeah.
Google can be a little bit funny at times, and I don't know why it's not letting me scroll down.
That's crazy.
20.
But you can see there, passes
You can remove the banner.
849.
You can remove the banner, Crystal.
Remove the banner. My apologies. So if Jamaica wants to go and do something like that against Grenada tomorrow, I'm all for it.
31 shots on target, 86% to 14% possession, 849 passes to 148. Whoa.
Tell me something. The goalkeeper never
crazy.
touched the ball, right? That was all in the other area in Latvia's.
It looks something.
Section
In
no game.
Latvia's final third.
I don't even know if England played with a
third.
goalkeeper that much, because that's what you call a disrespectful scoreline. So if Jamaica have the opportunity to disrespect Grenada, don't have no sympathy. Go ahead.
No, because you see, because it's my Caribbean sister, we can't really disrespect my Caribbean. If it was playing like a European team, then that's a different thing.
But Mikey, you think if Grenada had the chance to do it to us, they wouldn't do it? You think if Dominica have the chance to do it against Jamaica, they wouldn't do it?
All right, I must give full disclosure. I say I coach basketball here now, and I coach 10 and under kids, grammar school. And I would not beat a team 20-0 in a grammar school game. After a while, I put on a B team and let them just play. Because it's incorrect. You know what I mean?
Well, I hope that Vin Blaine's heart doesn't match yours. I hope Vin Blaine is a completely different character and say, you know what? Nail up some nail in their coffin. Completely hammer them.
Although I must say that Formula Young and you, Midhaven did beat a team 24-love in the Major League. Barbican. So 24. You ever heard about that one formula? I can't hear him.
No, I don't. When did that take place?
In the 80s. Before your time, that.
I was not even a thought back then, my boss.
Yeah, so beat them 24-0.
You keep on making references to a time where I was not even in existence.
Sorry, my friend. Sorry.
Formula said I wasn't even.
So, and we tried not to beat them 24 now, but it couldn't help. So, I think that's still a record in Major League Football.
My boss was trying not to beat them 24-0.
So in order to make it sound good, we say let's give them 4-6 love. Domino game, you understand?
Like that's any better, it's still the same score line. Guys.
Sorry, Crystal, at least I'll be laughing at 3 a.m. in the morning.
I'm sorry, but this has been one of my best lives. Yeah, this has been one of my best lives.
You're crying, baby? You're crying?
It was a nice note to end on. Bit of banter for Grenada. No disrespect to the Grenadian fans that might come across this. Big up yourself, but obviously we're backing our team. Guys, again, before I go, thank you guys once more in the comment section, and also to the Formula Sports and to Mikey as well. I hope to see you guys here tomorrow when I go through my live watch along. And if you don't join me, then do go ahead and join the Formula Sports because he'll be having his live watch along. Final words, guys, before I click end.
Well, Formula, come check it tomorrow, So prepare for me.
No problem. All
right, and keep safe, everybody. Keep away from the COVID. See you tomorrow.
All right.
Go Reggae Girlz.
Take care, guys. Until next time.
I'm John Barnes, and you're watching Tallawah TV with Crystal Davis.